Welcome everyone to the Rat's Nest for the season 13 Rat City Roller Girls Championships.
13 seasons strong, about to give away some fine hardware. I believe we even have D-Bomb's boots still up for grabs here tonight.
That's right. First up for this trophy right here in the consolation match, it will be the Throttle Rockets versus Grave Danger.
The Astro Zombie match in full effect.
We just touched my burning hand.
And in your championship bout for the 13th season of the Rat City Roller Girls, you will have the Socket Wenches taking on the Derby Liberation Front.
13 seasons strong, culminating right here tonight. And we have a special treat for each and every one of you tonight. Please welcome back after a hiatus, the OG Rat City Roller Girls mascot, Rat Bastard!
That's what that smell was. Okay. Rat Bastard with us all the way back. Oh!
Don't Maud Flanders him before the first whistle. Give it up for Rat Bastard, everybody!
We would like to thank also our Lightning Fists of Science, the non-skating officials of Rat City Roller Girls, and of course, the Rat Finks, our skating officials of Rats. Feel free to boo. I mean, love them. Love, boo.
Heel turn.
Yes. The ultimate heels of roller derby. All right, ladies and gentlemen, please get ready to give some excitement. They've come all the way from outer space to put an intergalactic potato masher right in your face. Give your hands up for the Throttle Rockets! The Throttle Rockets are number 104, Scarlet Fever. 131, your captain, Habeas Carcass. 1751, No Patience. 1859, Natural Selection. 253, and Smash Away. 226, Toonbot. 358, Ally McWheel. Number 4, Punchy O Guts. 44 is Evergreen Jean. 451, Blaze of Glory. Number 5, Xena. 76, Liberty Bell Ringer. 777, Olivia Prey. 91, Tesla Coil. And 1820, Harriet Thugman. Put them together. Oh, coached by Brandy King and Missile America with co-captain Kylie Wariote. These are your Throttle Rockets!
Woe to you, O earth and sea, For the devil sends these beasts with wrath. Your end is nigh. Your doom is here. This is grave danger. Number 1, decap attack. 10, catamaran. 127, bento boxer. 210, Castro. Number 24, Captain Paramaniac. 3, Thrasher. Number 39, Carrie Watson. 42, Meg for Mercy. 44, Shin Diesel. Number 47, Estrella. Number 6, Ellis D. Number 7, Shanita Penalty. And number 81, Captain Ponyo Knees. They're coached by Tempura Tantrum and Thunderstruck Shriek in Terror from Grave Danger.
Looks like we're ready to roll.
Yeah, I'm totally.
All right, well, I'm Mad Setter on the mic. Who might you be there?
I'm Julius Leeser, I suppose.
All right, let's call you that
Just
for the
having
day.
a guess. It says it on my shirt, right?
Yeah, totally. I can see all those letters.
It's on my. It's on.
It's on your jacket or something.
There we go.
Oh, there we go.
I
I
have an
see it.
identifying mark that only Leesers are allowed to. I'll tell you when you're older.
All right, well, looks like Grave Danger is definitely ready to start this action, whereas Throttle Rockets, they're taking their time getting to the track.
Thinking about it, they're just sending a jammer out. Oh no, here we go. Everybody's there. They just put a gap.
I just didn't notice Throttle Rockets because they were standing up by the pivot line, and I'm not used to looking at the pivot line. But now that they've come closer to the jammer line, they're in my sight.
Got to make a decision. We're gonna start. These two are starting with a secret handshake, as you can see.
Thanks to Feely Dan. He's told us we've got 5 seconds till whistle. All right, we are starting now with number 127, Bento Boxer, wearing the star for Grave Danger.
It'll be Liberty Bell Ringer for the Throttle Rockets.
Bento Boxer fighting through the last 2 Throttle Rockets. Lead jammer status for the team in red.
Liberty Bell Ringer is now through and completed her initial pass. Bento Boxer pops through, calls it off. That is a 4-point jam for Grave Danger.
Nice 30-second jam, 4 points on the clock. Grave Danger, drawn first blood. Blood, just like the red of their uniforms. That's right, they're coming here to make the other team bleed. Bleed points, that is, because when you get blood on the track, you have to stop playing. Really throws the whole rhythm off.
Yeah, we got an after party to get to, so let's try to keep it cool. Everybody.
Exactly.
Evergreen Jean out there for Throttle Rockets.
And it looks like Ponyo is wearing the star and getting lead jammer for Grave Danger. I'm impressed, and I'm about to jinx it, but I'm impressed that nobody's in the penalty box yet.
Oh, be about it. Be cool. Ooh, then there's a huge hit. Oh, jeez. Yeah, everything's cool. Yeah, no, did you see she hit her back and she, like, fell all the way onto her head pretty much. So, Panya in the box now, a power jam for Evergreen Jean.
This jam, I think, will last for the full 2 minutes.
I'm going to say, well, yes, that's true. But I believe she's not completed her initial yet. Going to be an extra long jam for Evergreen Jean.
I think you might be onto something. I do believe that we've got a final wall of 3 for Evergreen Jean to get past before she's even done with her initial.
Dang your water fallen. All right, she is. Oh, no, sorry. That was her first pass.
All right, well, we don't know what we're talking about. Oops. best seat in the house. We missed the action. What are you gonna do?
Well, I was watching Panya knocking her way through, and that was a pretty brutal hit. Boo me for being distracted. Actually, you know what? That was a test, and you failed.
I am a
there you
failure,
go.
and that
There
is
you go.
okay. But I will tell you what is not a failure. The red team for that penalty kill, there was only one scoring pass by
Yeah.
the Throttle Rockets. So I might be a failure, but that team in red, they are not.
Girl, you're not a failure.
Well, we'll see. Let's wait till the end of the night before we determine that.
Come on.
But hey, we've got 5 points on the board for the team in black, 4 points on the board for the team in red, another
go.
4 points on the board for that team in red, bringing them to 8. So we've got ourselves a pretty good derby match right now.
Yeah. Wasn't it last year? Wasn't it Grave Danger versus DLF in the final game? And this time we've got Grave Danger and Throttle Rockets. Might be misremembering that, but I probably not.
Honestly, I don't remember because I wasn't there for the final game last year. And more importantly, my memory is that of a gnat.
Throttle Rockets versus DLF in the. My bad. Was Grave Danger.
Pocket winches.
Yes. Oh my gosh. Just staring at the sheets now, like, who's the blue team? I can do this. I haven't been here in a while.
I am so glad to know that I am not the only one who has total blankness. You know, that other team
I was
with the
looking-
stuff.
I was looking at the color blue, like, all right, while I was being distracted, Xena through the pack. That is the first time that Throttle Rockets has gotten lead jam status. She is-
LSD wearing the
plowing
star
through.
for Grave Danger.
Ow, she takes knocking into that pack. Calls it off as she comes out. It's a 4-2 jam in favor of the Throttle Rockets that time right now. A 13-14 game. Currently a nail biter.
Absolutely, man. 13-14, you can't ask for a better number.
A better under 5 minutes a game.
Exactly. So we have got Bento Boxer back on the line for Grave Danger, and it looks like Harriet Thugman is ready to race through that little back wall of red.
I love her starts. She always gets down low like, I'm coming.
Heck yeah. Give me some room. I'm sprinting.
Oh. Trying to run through that back. It looks like Grave Danger's going to take a lead jammer once again. Area being recycled just a little bit back. Takes a huge hit from the side, but it doesn't do anything. It looks like she's going to try for a star pass if she can get to.
Yeah, I'm not sure if
it's
it's
not going to happen.
Yeah, it's
Anytime soon. How's that?
more of a star stash at this point, and she's not fooling anyone.
Right. Well, I mean, technically they're not allowed to stash anymore, so she just got it in her hand. Like, I feel like she wants to pass it.
I agree.
Oh, I think it happened.
Oh, wait. Did it happen?
Yeah, they came
It-
together, joined forces. The star pass has occurred, and now
Oh.
going
and
to the box as the jammer is no patience.
Yeah, no patience is the jammer now, but she cut after she had that legal star pass successfully handed off to her. So Throttle Rockets has their jammer in the box, meaning Bento Boxer's got 5 points in the air thanks to that pass, and she's going in for another. Grave Danger might just know how to make some points out of this power jam. They're making hay while the sun is shining. Bento Boxer calls it off. 4 more points on the board. 28 points for the team in red.
Can you tell us what making hay while the sun is shining means?
Well, when it's raining, you can't make hay because the wet grass will not dry out. It will mold, and then you cannot feed it to your animals in the winter.
Where are you from? I'm from Missouri. And I'm like, what do you know about making hay, miss? Apparently everything I don't know. Most of the stuff I know about farming I learned from a video game called Harvest Moon. So, yeah, shout out to that failing venture.
All right, but to talk about the derby that we've got going on in front of us, No Patience is wearing that star for the Throttle Rockets just like she was in that prior jam. She is stuck behind a 4-wall of red that just is not budging from the apex between the corners 1 and 2. I actually do not feel sorry, or I do feel sorry for No Patience. I do not want to be her. She has got a tough road to hoe. Number 10, Catamaran, is doing just that, ramming her body into the jammer to make her life more difficult. Oh, by the way, I'm from Hawaii, so we
Are you
make
really?
lots of hay there.
That I feel like you're lying on
No,
maybe
I'm not.
more than 1 point there.
I am from Hawaii. That
Okay,
part is true.
okay.
Whether or not they make a lot of hay in Hawaii, I don't
I
really
don't
know.
know.
But they have sun.
My producer told me you're from Olympia, so I don't know who to believe at this.
I lived in Olympia for 6 years.
Oh, that's fair. That's fair.
So your producer's not just like making things up. He's just
But
confused.
kind of. But kind of.
But kind of.
She's just relaying the information that she knows. All right, we've got a lead jammer after almost a minute and a half. Panya has got it.
No Patience has finally broken out for her initial as well, so it is a race to the back of the pack to see who can score some points first. Both jammers are attempting to pass some hips in the corner one. Corner one? I don't think I meant to say that, but okay.
Turn one. To turn.
Yeah, it's not
Round
a corner,
objects
really.
have no corners.
It's like you know the definitions of things.
Well, I know a little about the world, just not a lot about haymaking or sunshine.
All right, No Patience was able to get 4 points on the board, and it looks like only 3 points were allowed on the board for the team in red, i.e. Grave Danger. We are sitting at a 17 to 31 point situation in favor of Grave Danger.
So you can see snail biting momentarily. Unless that's your do what you want. I'm not.
All right, Liberty Bell Ringer wearing the star for Throttle Rockets, and it looks like LSD, which is honestly one of my favorite derby names.
No, good job. Good
is
job. Yeah.
wearing the star for the red. And what I really like is LSD. Quite honestly, that might actually be her real name.
Yeah. It's got a period after the D. All right, it is going to be Liberty Bell Ringer 1976 taking lead jammer status for Throttle Rockets. LSD is out of the pack, having completed her initial. She's about a quarter of the way around the track away, so Liberty coming in. I don't know how many people, none? How many people did she pass? Looks like
the rep isn't quite sure either.
that's
but we
cool. He's
do
going
know-
with none.
All right. Nobody
Zero.
got anything.
Maybe she got a foot pass, but she didn't get that hip pass, or maybe she got one hip pass. I don't know if you need two.
No, I think you. Oh, wait, you mean one side of the hip?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, right, yeah.
You can't just put your one hip in,
You put your one hip out.
put your one hip in, but you
Shake
don't
it
get
all
any
about.
points.
The ref gets to shake the zero hand all
Yeah.
about. All right, Evergreen Jean hopping her way on the outside line, juking herself to the inside line and getting through for lead. Jammer status is exactly what the Throttle Rockets need right now.
Thrasher is through on her initial. That jam is going to be called very quickly. A 1 point jam.
I
for
gotta
Throttle
say,
Rockets.
though, 1 point is good. She called it off in time to keep the other team from scoring any, so that was some good timing on her part. Sometimes you just gotta nickel and penny,
Yeah.
and penny, and penny.
As long as you can penny it all up. As long as you keep the other team at no penny.
Exactly. That is the goal.
Yeah.
0 pennies for you.
No change of any sort. In fact, no dimes.
Definitely
quarters-
no dimes.
Quarters
Definitely
are
no
right
quarters.
out. Yeah, yeah. Xena through again. Throttle Rockets has a lead jammer status.
Throttle Rocket's starting to get warmed up, I think.
This again out there for Grave Danger. She's nearly through the pack, and there she goes. She's through on her initial. Xena already in the pack. She's going to call it off after being dinked to the outside. It looks like they are going to try to nickel and dime that way up and just avoid the other team getting. Oh, it's a penny jam again.
It is.
It is a penny jam. Sorry.
It's a penny anti-derby
Gave
jam
you
today.
Incorrect change. They don't work, Reed. Well, that's not. But don't, and that's good for all. So 19 to 31, we've got just under 18 and a half minutes left in this half. Who is so braced on that line? Who is so ready? Oh, she's going to get ready too.
Harriet Thugman, and it's also, I think, what is
Bento
it?
boxer.
Bento boxer.
Yeah.
Both of them were in aggressive starting skating status.
I think Harriet got down and Bento was like, you know what, me too.
Yeah, but Bento, that's not her
I'm also
style.
ready,
She hit
yeah.
that pack so hard, she got herself a back block. She is sitting in the penalty box for the time being, which means which means we have got lead jammer status for Throttle Rockets.
Something I'm loving about Bento tonight. Got the like do-rag around the neck. I haven't seen in a while. Oh! Harriet's gonna get a track cut, sent off to the box. Bento already standing. They're gonna return to the track shortly.
All right, it looks like they have been told to leave the box before Harriet Thugman sat down. So Bento has re-entered the track after that full 30 seconds. So I'm thinking Harriet's going to be sitting a full 30 seconds unless Bento does another misdeed sending them to the box.
But they wouldn't. Like a person.
2 more black team members left to pass. 5 points on the board for Bento and Grave Danger. Oh my gosh. Harriet Thugman released from the box, legally I assume, because she came running through that pack.
Like, nope.
I'm allowed to be here and you need to get out of my way. 4 points on the board for Harriet Thugman and the Throttle Rockets.
It is literally a race because, since both the jammers have been to the box, got that full 2 minutes. We got 15 seconds left of it. Harriet and Bento both entering the pack around the same time. Bento taking to the outside. Harriet, I've lost her. Okay, there she is. Taking to the outside, then the inside, then the middle.
Yeah, a lot of fast
Lots of versatility there.
A lot of fast action. Hard to tell who's what where.
Yep. All right.
All right, so it looks like for this jam, it's a 12-point jam versus an 11-point jam. 12-point jam in favor of the Throttle Rockets and Harriet Thugman. LSD wearing the scarf for Grave Danger. And it looks like we've got Liberty Bell Ringer, a familiar face, wearing the star for Throttle Rockets. Liberty Bell Ringer has been declared lead jammer.
Man, plowing into these packs is just, it looks like you're bruising yourself.
All right, 4 points on the board for Throttle Rockets. They are slowly penny anteing their way up the score ladder, 35-42 in favor of Grave Danger, but that is only 7 points, and given a good jam, that could come to a tie real easy.
Oh, yes.
That would be a nickel pennies.
Yes. Sure enough. You learn all kinds of stuff when you like where the announcers are from. How to make change with American money.
And how to make hay.
Yeah, like, I guess if I'd thought it through, sure. It's never been a thing. I fed a horse hay one time. Horses are terrifying. There's another thing you should know.
Horses are smelly, but I don't know if they're terrifying.
They are really tall.
They are tall.
They're super tall. And
they're taller than Catamaran.
Oh, yeah, like significantly. Taller than Xena as well. Speaking of Xena, who's through lead jammer? Hint, Xena, spoiler. Yeah. She's already coming through, plowing right back. It's just such a hard pack to hit. There's no moving after the hit. Xena is stuck in a sea of red. Has been a star past the Thrasher, but Xena's going to go ahead and call it off. How many pennies did you get? Trace pennies. 38-42.
Now we just need 4 more pennies to get a tie.
Get your pennies. You know what? Get a nickel. It'll be fine.
A penny saved is a penny earned.
That doesn't make sense because I earned the penny in the first place and then I've just been holding on to it. It's not like I get infinite money by holding on to
Well, and how do you save the pennies when you're going
That's
past
what old
hips
people
anyway?
say to you so you don't spend your pennies.
Fair
Spend
enough.
your pennies, guys.
I spend my pennies at Coinstar.
I just make them in the smashing machine. Souvenir penny, hooray! Harriet Thugman and Bento Box are out there. That pack's going, nowhere.
Yeah, they've just barely passed the pivot line, but Bento Boxer popped herself out and has gotten lead jammer status. Harriet Thugman, well, They are on their tail as well.
Coming to a pack near you. With the spring in finger quotations 2000. So that was a 1-point jam for Grave Danger.
Grave Danger has decided it's worth their penny. The penny is a legitimate strategy.
Yeah. No, it's fine. I mean, that's many bouts come down to this. Just the
True that. Yep.
trickle of points, trickle of points, trickle of points.
LSD trying to get a trickle of points. Liberty Bellringer also trying to get a trickle of points. Looks like Liberty Bellringer is going to maybe think about getting points first. She got through on her initial pass, has been declared lead jammer.
Ellis is nearly through.
But Liberty Bellringer is hitting that wall of red in the back already. Looks like she's passed a couple sets of hips. But then she went and did something like a back block, so going to the box right now.
Mm-hmm. 2 throttle rockets in the box. It's a 5-point jam for Grave Danger. Pack hanging out, waiting. Her teammates are ready to assist.
Couple of black blockers in the box. One black blocker in the box makes it a little bit easier for
Well,
LSD.
it's one blocker and there's their jammer.
Right, but the jammer might not have. Well, some jammers do block, that's true. But
Sometimes, yeah, I get the, you know what, I'm done with this jammer, and they're like, time to hit. But I mean, like, you know, they want points. The jammer.
box has been emptied. It is a full 5-on-5 on the track. Chaos has ensued.
Chaos has ensued, is that?
I said chaos. But yeah, otherwise
that was another test. That's a good word. Chaos.
Oh, chaos. I thought you said champs. That's funny.
No. Chaos. After the box, one of the Grave Danger blockers. It's going to take him down one. Let's see if it makes it any easier for Liberty Bellringer. I don't think it can be, or it could be made easier, but I feel like it's not going to be. 4 points on the board for Liberty. LSD sitting at 10 right now. That is the conclusion of that jam. Right now, 42 to 56.
56, maybe.
Yeah. Now I'll pause and make sure. Yeah, it sounds like, according to the ground crew, that was a 4-point jam. So 42 to 56. Got under 10 minutes left in the half.
All right, it looks like we got an official timeout.
Mm-hmm.
All right, part of the reason why we've got an official timeout is so the officials can figure out what the heck it was that just went on. Some of these officials that are working here tonight: D. Sider, Betty Clocker, Wizard of Laws, Gorham Browncoat, Judgment Dana, Miss Red, 9-Inch Wheels, Tenacious D-Cup, Read the Rules, and Feely Dan. Oh, we cannot forget Tribbles. There's always trouble with Tribbles.
Not like a lot, but not as much as Star Trek would lead you to believe.
Tribbles is actually no
Yeah,
trouble at all.
yes. I haven't had an issue. I have issues with most things.
All right, Evergreen Jean wearing the fancy little skirt that makes her have all the power in the world. She is lead jammer status for Throttle Rockets. Meanwhile, we have got LSD sitting in the box for Grave Danger.
She is now standing.
Power start has turned into a power jam, and it looks like 5 points on the board for Evergreen Jean, bringing them up to 47 points. Couple more pennies and nickels, and we might have a tie game. What a beautiful apex jump. 5 points on the board. No, wait, that was only 4 points on the board. Whatever, it was still a beautiful apex jump.
Everybody's real excited, and I'm excited as well. Or as excited as I'm allowed to be, which is this level. You can hear it in my voice, can you not?
All right, looks like we have got a misconduct call for Evergreen Jean. I do believe she used an opponent to brace herself as she stood back up. Probably not something you're supposed to do technically, but in gameplay,
Yeah.
sometimes stuff happens. So
Well, also you're like, that's my friend. Oh. But also, yeah. I mean, every time I ever committed a penalty, I was like, oh my gosh.
all right, and another 5 points on the board for Grave Danger. This is a 10-point jam for them versus a 9-point jam for Throttle Rockets. Throttle Rockets jammer has been released from the box. And we've got another 12 seconds for the jammers to start scoring more points.
Boom, says Evergreen Jean.
Nice shoulder check by Evergreen Jean.
Oh,
Unfortunately,
my word.
her jam ref decided that was a
That's
forearm
why I was
call.
like, boom, she says, and I was like, is a penalty being called on her? Did the jam ref then say no? And he did.
The jam ref did indeed say no.
Have a sinking feeling that your one-sided mattress isn't giving you enough support? Bedrooms and More can help. Every mattress they sell is two-sided and flippable, made from quality materials. They last longer and provide better support over time. Bedrooms and More is located in Wallingford, and Tom from Bedrooms and More is here tonight. So we would like to say hello, Tom. Thank you for coming.
Whoa, Bento Boxer decided they would just fly over the straightaway, give themselves their own Pegasus, basically.
If you can levitate, there's nothing in the rules that say you're not allowed to.
That is
That's the
true.
thing.
I read the new rules, and there
Yeah.
is nothing
It
against
still hasn't been
levitation.
addressed. We're like 20 years into Derby, and witchcraft hasn't been addressed. Right on. All right, Bento getting past that last throttle rocket, picks up the whole 5 points.
Yeah, Natural Selector was making Bento's life a little bit more difficult at the end of that last pass. Evergreen Jean is through on her initial. Meanwhile, Bento has gotten 4 points. 4 more points, that is.
Mm-hmm. Well, the first one was 5. This was 4. That makes 9. We're really concentrating on math tonight. That's 4 points for Evergreen Jean. And Bento sidling around. Can they get past these last couple of throttle rockets?
Habeas Carcass doesn't want to let Bento pass. Natural Selector has to bridge.
Bento can call it off whenever they want, but decides, oh, there we go. All right. Picks up 5 points. Evergreen had also picked up, nope. I think she got 4 in the last pass, and then on the new pass, it was the 0.
Yeah, that was an 8-point jam, though, for the Throttle Rockets. So neither team left the track with nothing to show for it. Both teams have some points on the board. We are looking at a team timeout for the Throttle Rockets, which means I would like to thank all of our referee crew here at the Nest. Umpire Strikes Back, Izzy Pop, Cirrhosis, Mike Hammer, Andrew Slash, and Kelly Q. Thank you so much for wearing the stripes for us tonight.
Is there only, I feel like, did you say all of them? Oh, yeah. Oh, there's just,
I didn't say all of them, though, because I see Seymour Carnage out there, and that's not on the list. So thank you, Seymour Carnage, too.
yes, Izzy. That's confusing. Maybe there were some last minute changes, but thanks to our zebras for zebraing up because,
We can't do this without the Zeebs. We can't do this without the...
well, we could,
Well, that's true.
No, I'm
and the
just kidding.
skaters might like it a little
Yeah,
bit
I
better,
mean-
actually.
technically, but we won't. We're professionals here.
Fake professionals. The kind that don't get paid or anything.
I'm an amateur professional.
Exactly. Alrighty, we've got Xena, Ponyo jamming for their respective teams. Ponyo, of course, in the red. Xena, of course, in the black. Neither of them have gotten past that scrum of chaos at the apex between curves 1 and 2. I didn't call them corners. I called them curves.
Curbs?
Curves.
Turns?
Boom. Curves.
Turns?
Curves.
Why wouldn't you?
I don't want to call
Why
them
are you
turns.
changing it up? Matt Zetter was an NSO for like 77 years.
I do what I want.
She knows dang well what they're called.
All right, fair enough.
No, that's fine. I like it.
I might know stuff.
All
sometimes.
tracks are good tracks. We just happen to have a curvy track. All right, that's a 5-point jam for Xena. We did get that score gapped out a little bit. See if we can close it up a bit. Star Pass has been made.
Looks like
Thrasher.
Thrasher. Yep, Thrasher's wearing the star for the team in red. And I got to tell you, even though Thrasher didn't get any points, I love a successful Star Pass. It makes me
Yeah.
happy inside.
Every time someone doesn't go to a box during a Star Pass, I'm just happy about it.
Derby wins.
Yeah. Like the first flower bloom of spring, the first successful Star Pass of a game. Except we've had multiple at this point.
Yeah, we have.
Grave
It's almost
Danger's
like
been quite good at it.
watching the Vancouver All-Stars.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing but Star Pass with that team.
Nobody wants that star.
All right, so Grave Danger does have a blocker in the box, which might make it a little bit easier for Liberty Bell Ringer to get past, but you would not know it from the action on the track.
That was Castor in the box. She is back on the track. Lead jammer status going to Liberty Bell Ringer from Throttle Rockets.
Yeah, she happened to find an inside line wide open, and boy, oh boy, did she take it.
They had knocked out to the outside. LSD recycling back. Meantime, Liberty is stuck solidly in the middle of that pack. As long as she doesn't tiptoe to the inside, everything's cool. Have to push through. Human bodies.
She is pretty successful at moving those three red bodies.
But LSD just like walks through like, you guys.
Yeah, I think they forgot that LSD was in the box
Right.
and therefore going to leave the box at some point. All right, that is a 4-point jam for the Throttle Rockets, bringing them up to 76 points. We are looking at 84 points for Grave Danger, which means 8-point differential, about 2.5 minutes left in this first half. We have got ourselves a pretty good championship game, I gotta say. Because I'm all judgmental like that.
I'm okay with it.
We do have a blocker in the box for Throttle Rockets, but that does not mean that Bento Boxers have an easy time getting through the pack. In
Absolutely
fact,
not.
it looks like Evergreen Jeans, the one who got lead jammer status.
Mm-hmm. True facts. Bento is through, having completed their initial, and Evergreen's going to call it off, having picked up 4 points for Throttle Rockets.
All right, so that 4 points brings them up to 81, and Grave Danger sitting at 84, stagnant from the last jam, thanks to a 0-scoring jam. 3-point differential, less than 2 minutes left in this first half.
You know, we have 3 levels of training before you can be drafted onto a home team. If you
I
want to
heard
learn how
that.
to skate, yes, the rumors are true. If you want to learn how to skate, email freshmeat@ratcityrollergirls.com for more information. Actually, we've changed our Fresh Meat name to Pinkies because it's cooler, because it's rats and baby rats. And
That makes sense.
Google it.
All right, Harriet Thugman on the verge of getting lead jammer status, and lo and behold, Throttle Rockets with lead jammer status thanks to Harriet Thugman. We've got Shanita Penalty trying to get through on that initial pass for the Grave Danger team, but Thugman is already trying to score some points by passing those hips.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, beautiful inside line work. 5 points on the board thanks to Harriet Thugman and
Woo, what?
Throttle Rockets.
Lead change. Look.
Oh, you're
lead
right.
change.
Lead change.
The lead change. The lead change we've all been waiting for.
Now, if you know the rules, when there's a lead change, you got to take a drink.
If I must.
This is a momentum shift that the Throttle Rockets are going to enjoy going into the halftime.
Shanita Penalty. Having completed her initial, takes one last swipe. Now, if there isn't a timeout called, there won't be another jam. Let's see if Anybody feels like it?
Yep, let's see what the coaches want to do with the clock. We've got 6 seconds left before someone can call a timeout and extend the gameplay, but it looks like we are going to go into halftime. We have got a 10-minute intermission before the second half of this game. Going into halftime, 87 in favor of Throttle Rockets, 84 Grave Danger. This was a last-minute score shift.
Yeah. So stay tuned for more exciting roller derby actions.
I think it's only going to
after
get
this
more
win.
exciting.
It can only get more exciting. That's the facts. so we are coming into the second half. We didn't tune in for the first half. It was amazing. We are starting off 87 Throttle Rockets, 84 Grave Danger.
However, that was not how things were stacked up for most of the first half.
No, it was
Firmly in Grave Danger's corner for pretty much the whole,
well,
whole
starting
until...
off, we had that 13-14, and then it spread out to like 17-38 or something. And then it was just like 1 point jam, 1 point jam, 1 point jam, and then crazy power jam. Shorted up a little bit more. And then in the end, we had a lead change on the penultimate jam. And here we are.
Yes, sirree. So going into this second half with a bit of momentum switch in favor of the Throttle Rockets. Let's see if they will continue that momentum into this half. Looks like we've got Liberty Bell Ringer wearing the star up against
Thrasher.
We've got a beautifully empty penalty box. We're 5-on-5 on the track starting this second half. Everybody is in a scrum, have barely passed the pivot line.
Get on past that pivot line. Now they are on curve 1.
Don't you mean turn?
I do.
I know.
Having passed turn 2, they're all past the apex. But yeah, see, I'm going to use all kinds of math terms tonight.
Math terms or not, we've got a lead jammer named Thrasher for Grave Danger. Grave Danger might be the team in the lower score position, but they're going to switch that up real quick. 1 point on the board, 85 points for the team in red.
Mm-hmm.
They're all about that the penny strategy.
The penny strategy.
I've seen a 300-point game with 3 points per jam.
A $3 game.
A $3
What do
game.
you mean?
Exactly. $3 earned by pennies.
300 jams if they were doing that. Not possible, friend.
No, it's like 3 points. 3 points per jam, and it ended up being like a 300 points to like 14 points or something. It was crazy. I'd never seen so many little jams add up to so many big points.
I saw a lot of that. It happens like in tournament play when teams don't really know each other. It's like, well, you know what? We just need to stop the other ones and get. It doesn't matter. Between 1 and 5 points.
Exactly. Between 1 and 5 points does work to win. I've seen it. And between 1 and 5 points is what LSD is probably hoping to get right now for Grave Danger. She has been declared lead jammer.
I'm going to say she's got higher aspirations. She's going for a quarter. Going for a
quarter? I don't think we've seen a jam worth a quarter.
We have not. I don't think we've gotten a dime today.
I don't think we have either, no. But we do have the red
there might have
pivot.
been one of the early ones. May have been a dime-ish, but it's been a while.
It's been a while since I've seen one thin dime. Grave Danger is suffering from one blocker sitting in the box. That would be the pivot blocker, which means there's nobody for LSD to pass her star to. But LSD's lead jammer status, so why would she even want to pass her star anyway? That would be bad strategy.
She shouldn't want to.
Bad strategy.
You know what? I've seen it.
I have to.
Today, the star passes have been beautiful. And
today is a day of beautiful star passes.
Yeah, no,
I agree.
I'm feeling pretty good about star passes today.
Speaking of star passes, did we just have a star pass, or did Evergreen Jean just take it off? All right, Evergreen Jean just decided to get all naked.
Yeah, she's like,
my head is naked.
It's too hot. It's too hot in here. Let's take off all our stars.
I got hot.
I got hot.
I think there was an AM/PM commercial about that.
I got hot. Is that your Hawaiian accent making out?
No. All right, Harriet Thugman is wearing the star for Throttle Rockets, and it looks like Ponyonis is wearing the star for Grave Danger.
Absolutely. Ponyo taking a lead jammer status for Grave Danger.
Harriet, stuck behind so many bodies of red, decides it is time to pass that off to Tesla Coil. Tesla Coil, your jammer of status, jammer of record for Throttle Rockets. They weren't quite able to make any points, but let me tell you, they came dang close to passing some hips and getting a little point on the board.
There had been a lead change last jam, so 87-90. 26:03 left in this game. I feel like the second half is going to stay tighter.
Yeah, I have a feeling that the second half is going to stay tight too. Both teams have come out of the halftime warmed up, not colded down. And yeah, that's a word or a phrase.
Yeah.
All right, Castro giving Xena a little bit of heartache, but Xena doesn't care. Xena pushes by for lead jammer status for the Throttle Rockets.
She needed a penalty, headed off to the box for a multiplayer blockage.
It happens.
It does. Sometimes you're holding on to another person and the link is tested and then you go to the box. It happens.
However, a 2-penny jam for the Throttle Rockets brings us back to a 1-point differential. 89 for the team in black, 90 for the team in red. 25 minutes left in this game. We are looking at LSD wearing the star for Grave Danger. And I'm going to go out on a limb and say that's Liberty Bell Ringer for the Throttle Rockets.
Yeah. Oh, she just 76? I always thought it was 1976. Well, maybe I made that up in my head. Maybe she changed it.
You have a pretty good reason to associate that number.
Yeah, but I thought the whole number. But whatever. It's number 76. Liberty Bell Ringer out there. Throttle Rockets need 1 point to tie up the game. 2 points for a lead change. What will happen? Because they're now... Oh, sorry. No, I thought that was the jammer going to the box. Everything's cool.
Lead jammer status for LSD. I just like saying her name.
I like saying Liberty Bell Ringer. Sometimes I call her Liberty for short. I act like we're friends and I say, oh, there's Lib.
All right, 4 points all round. You get 4 points. You get 4 points. Everybody gets some 4 points.
Look under your chair.
Oh, my God, there's 4 points.
Yeah. But you got to pay taxes on it.
Oh, that's okay. I know how to fill out the forms. I do that for a living.
That
all right, we got
sounds
another 4
terrible.
points on the board for Throttle Rockets, bringing them to 8 points this jam. It looks like we've only got 4 points this jam for Grave Danger, which means we might have had a lead change. Now that the jam is over, let's see if I know what I'm talking about.
Oh, well, what was the question?
Did we have a lead change?
Yes.
And I think
yes,
we did.
Yes.
We've got 98 points for Throttle Rockets, 94 points for Grave Danger.
Yeah, they came in, it was 89 to 90 starting off on that. I didn't even have to math that backwards. I just remember.
That's excellent. I don't remember much because I have a memory of a gnat. But lead change means, blink, it's time to drink. Blink. Evergreen Jean and her fancy skirt that I love, that gives her power, is jamming for Throttle Rockets, and that skirt and probably her legs means that she's strong enough to get lead jammer status, which she did. But I like to blame the skirt.
The skirt can take it, you know. I don't know if there's been any scientific studies on aerodynamicity. And
It's a word.
sure. Google it.
Evergreen Jean, 4 points on the board. She decides to call it off, breaking that century mark for Throttle Rockets. First team this evening to break that century mark. It is the team in black. Throttle Rockets sitting at 102. Grave Danger, 94. This is the biggest differential between with Throttle Rockets in the lead. I believe they have really gotten themselves stoked over their momentum shift going into that second half, and they are going to make sure they keep that momentum in their favor. Holy crumb, we've got a scrum. Oh, I didn't even mean to do that.
I feel like you've been hanging out with Norwegian. Okay, not to be. Am I wrong?
We've been known to work together a
Yeah.
lot.
Yeah, you just channeled your inner Norwegian there.
He wanted to be here today, so
I know.
I've done my part.
I told him, I was like, oh, it's a shame you won't be here because tonight Rat City's giving all the announcers free kittens.
Oh my goodness! I know you're lying, but I'm still excited.
You should go check it because I even found pictures and I made it into a big ordeal. So go check out Norwegian's page if you're friends with him and you like to see me be obnoxious to my friends. 4 points picked up by Bento Boxer.
Whoa, Thugman, meanwhile, gets bopped to the ground with a pretty hardcore hit, but she bops right back up like nothing even stopped her, but dang, she hit the ground with a thud, man.
That was pretty, yeah. Did you hear everyone?
I heard her hit before I heard
Right. We have a properly responsive crowd tonight, too, and I'm very happy about that because they're oohing and awing at appropriate times, which also makes my skin go bumpy.
And just so you know, we did not hire this crowd to
Some of them.
to
Some of
applaud
them.
when the applause
Yeah.
sign goes up.
Yeah, yeah.
These are actual organic fans who know what's going on.
They see the applause sign and they applause and are not reimbursed for their emotion.
Exactly. These
So-
are locally sourced organic fans. Farm to table. Oh wait, no, that's not.
About 6 years ago, I was doing this like fake derby movie where we were like vampire. It was like vampires invaded, and I was on the vampire team due to my cheekbones, and we had the audience, and we had to tell them. It was like thumbs up for ooh and thumbs down for like oh.
Makes sense.
It was sad,
Makes
yeah,
sense.
but like they didn't know it was going. It was like my dad was involved. It was people that had never seen derby, and then there's vampires involved in that, so it was very confusing.
So what you're saying is it was legit derby.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. I don't know if anybody's significant other hung out. It was often at like 3 a.m. It was the movie never got released. That's the saddest part of the story. The
Aw.
end. Yeah, no, it was single tear for Vampiras.
All right, so
Oh, I just heard it's anybody's game.
it is anybody's game.
If
We're
you're
sitting at
playing announcer bingo at home,
106 to 103.
Murray has just completed a square for you.
Exactly.
So swoopy whistle means the jam will happen.
Eventually, within 30 seconds, maybe, if we're
Yeah,
lucky.
well, now it's 5 seconds, not to put the pressure on you.
Each team does manage to have a blocker in the box right now, so it is 4-on-4 on the track, which means both jammers have equal frustration trying to pass an equal amount of people. But it looks like LSD had no frustration at all. Lead jammer through the pack first.
Xena had minor frustrations.
Very minor because
Yeah.
she is almost ready to start scoring points as well.
She's a warrior princess, is she not?
Word on the street is she
Okay,
is.
I was like, same Xena, am I wrong? Usually not.
All right, so LSD managed to put 4 points on the board, which brings us to 106, 107. Once again, we've got a lead change. Link. All right, that penalty box has emptied out. 5-on-5 on the track. Each jammer has a big ol' headache of 4 blockers to pass. But it don't matter to Bento Boxer. It don't matter. It don't matter to Liberty Bellringer. Liberty Bellringer got lead jammer status. Bento
What
Boxer,
is
though.
Liberty? Oh, I was like, she has her arms up, like she's super confused. Now she has her arms up looking to the bench like, what do I do?
You call it because
You
the
call
other
it.
jammer's ahead of you now.
Don't let Bento get up in there and take your pennies.
I don't know if you know this, but Bento actually can score points and stuff.
Yeah. No,
Totally.
I've seen it many times.
I have too.
No,
so
yeah,
that was
certainly.
a good call.
Just because you're lead or not lead, lead or not lead, having completed that initial points are available to you. It wasn't just snark, but mostly.
All right, Evergreen Jean with her fancy magical skirt up against.
Pound your knees.
I like Pognonis.
Pound your knees.
Oh my goodness, that was so cute. It was almost as though Evergreen Jean was going to get assisted by the opposing team, but instead Decap Attack assisted her right to the outside,
Yeah.
forcing her to
that's
recycle
not-
back. It's not helpful.
Technically, it is assistance, but not the kind you look for.
It looked like it was going to be a beautiful, awkward moment, but Decap Attack knew exactly what to
Once
do.
again, oh, that's my friend. Uh-oh.
Right, exactly.
Well.
I love my league mates, but she's not on my team. Dope.
Eep. Oh, it looks like a power jam for Panya Knees and a 2-minute jam. Oh, no, sorry. Panya does have lead.
Oh my goodness. Did they forget that Pognonis was on the track? Because she just
Yeah.
skated through on an HOV lane that was made just
Maybe.
for her.
Everyone was, okay. Other states don't have your weird lane, just so you know.
Okay, well, the carpool lane. It was
Other
like
states ignore the carpool
but
lane
she wasn't
also.
even carpooling because
No,
it was
I'm
just
giving
her,
you
so I
crap.
don't really know. It's like a secret
no,
express lane.
They were all so upset that their jammer had gone that in their moment of mourning, Panya just swope on through.
That's exactly.
Swope being the past tense of swoop.
Oh, it's
Google
not
it.
swooped?
Google it.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
I prefer
I
swoop.
went to college for like 17 years or something.
Oh, well, then you know.
Yeah, swope.
Are you sure it's not swoped?
No, that's the old English.
Ah, yes.
Yeah, some northern counties in Scotland still use that one, but otherwise it's pretty dated, archaic. One might say. What? Jumping through that last bit of the pack, Evergreen Gene gets lead jammer status, but LSD is very close. I would say within 20 feet.
Yeah, I'd say maybe even less than 20 feet, and we are definitely at risk of both jammers scoring some points, except for the fact that LSD just got knocked to the outside and had to was forced to recycle herself back. So we've got 4 points on the board for Evergreen Gene and the Throttle Rockets, bringing that team to 110. Grave Danger's still sitting at 112, 2-point differential, and it might just change after this jam, so get ready to take a sippy sip.
I will prepare myself. Oh my
All
gosh.
right, LSD looks like she's removed her star cap in attempt to pass to her pivot. Her pivot has successfully grabbed it. Thrasher is now the jammer of record for Grave Danger. Meanwhile, Evergreen Gene gets 5 points on the board, and we have a lead change in favor of Throttle Rockets.
Evergreen coming back through once again. 4 more points. Thrasher now through 4 points as well.
13-point jam for Throttle Rockets. This might be one of our biggest jams this afternoon, this evening, whatever, today.
In a while. I feel like there was some 12, 13-point jams very early in the game, and then there's been none for, I'm just going to say like 26 jams is what I'm going to call it. You can check the stats out later.
All right, this was a 17-point jam for Throttle Rockets, bringing them to 123, and I feel almost certain that was our largest jam
I'm going to
tonight.
say yeah.
All right, we're in agreement, yes.
Yeah, you guys can review the footage and fire us later.
Totally did.
You know, I'm going to tell you something real quick. So in Missouri, there is no carpool lane. There is no HOV lane, and the only time that there's more than a 2-lane highway is outside St. Louis or Kansas City.
That would explain why I have been on some of the biggest freeways of my life. However, they were right outside both those cities.
Yeah. No, I used to get terrified. I'm like, oh, it's 5 lanes all of a sudden. And now out here, I'm like, no, my God, you guys get out of... Jeez. I'm getting in the HOV lane.
See, I always drive...
Oh, there's no express lanes either at all that I've seen. I didn't go everywhere in Missouri. I didn't spend a lot of time in Missouri.
Why would you... where is there to go?
Kansas City and St. Louis, am I right? Columbia is quite nice as well.
That's true, actually. I've heard good things about Columbia.
Shout out to Columbia.
And I will tell you this much about Missouri. Missouri is the first place in the United States to get a wine, a vinocultural, recognized agricultural area. It was the first place in the United States to be recognized as a wine producer.
I would have thought it'd be California.
I would have thought that too, but no,
Missouri.
Apparently it was Missouri, yes.
Yeah,
and I had a friend from Missouri tell me all about it. I didn't believe a word he said.
Yeah,
and
it sounds
then I
like
went
nonsense.
Exactly. I went and looked it up, and he actually knew what he was talking about. So what
I
do you
feel like my mom told me. My mom is like a wine connoisseur.
Yeah, but they've got weird wine in Missouri. Some of it tastes like grape juice.
Some of it's amazing, though.
Oh, I'm
Some
sure
of it's amazing.
it's a wine producing, verified wine producing.
Yeah, they've got their
zone.
I'm sitting here with my free kitten, courtesy of Rat City Roller Girls. What should I name it? What do you think?
Well, let's see here. How about Squee?
I call her Lady Squeeve on Patchy Toes because she's got 4 different colored toes. Shout out to Norwegian. You're not here. I've taken your cat.
Yay. All right, so frankly, I'm not quite sure what this official review is about. Nobody has bothered to come up to the champagne room and tell us, mostly because there's some staircase in the way.
That's a terrifying staircase.
It's a terrifying
it's
staircase.
It's so scary to go down.
Can you imagine going up or down it on roller skates?
Oh my gosh, have you gone down it in heels?
No.
Watch me go down in heels sometime. It's like I feel stupid. And then today I'm wearing boots and I'm like, oh, it's always like this. My bad. Yeah, I did not get what the official review is about, but it sounded like Mary
don't
said they lost it.
Think they've
Am I
told
wrong?
us yet because the captains and coaches are still being told of the results.
Oh, I see. Okay. Well, it sounded like Murray was saying whether or not.
Oh, yeah, he was on the verge, and then he was like, "Oh wait, I can't reveal what's going on yet." So, I wish we knew what was going on.
I'm fine with not knowing.
I
It could
usually
be something just horrendous. Like they're like we found out that no one gets kittens.
okay. I don't know what just happened, but like people left the track and everything.
Some applause. All right, and there's a back block involved. So, yeah, it looks like the Throttle Rockets jammer is having a seat for a retroactively enacted back block. Unless I'm completely mistaken, I heard 6 out of 10 words that the guy announcer said. We've got guys down in the house and the ladies up in the champagne room.
Gosh, I didn't really notice that that division of labor, but I'll tell you what, we got the better end of the stick, and as far as I'm concerned,
And then, the good thing about Derby is we're paid the same.
absolutely
Yeah,
we
there's-
are.
Equality.
All right, so back block 2 Throttle Rockets jammer means it is a power start for Grave Danger. Bento Boxer has been declared lead jammer, and we will see if they can start scoring some points before the opposing jammer gets released from the box. All right, that opposing jammer has been released from the box. Evergreen Jean and her magic skirt going through on her initial pass. Having made that initial pass, we've got 5 points on the board for Bento Boxer and Grave Danger. Let's just see if we're going to try to get another pass versus worth some points, or if Bento is going to call it off. It looks like Evergreen Jean has hit the back of the pack, found a wide open outside line, and decided to take it. 4 points on the board for Throttle Rockets. Meanwhile, Bento is still trying to pass that 4 wall of black in the front of the pack. Looks like Bento has decided it is time for them to call it off.
Gotta know when to say when, am I right?
For sure. 4
So-
points on the board for that last pass for Bento.
And 9 points for Grave Danger. 127 to 130. Like I said, the second half's going to be quite a bit tighter than the majority of the first half.
First half's still good, but this second half
No,
is
it
even
was
better.
great. No, it was just like spread it out and then have to penny your way up. Like fingers crossed for that power jam. And this time it's like, oh, it's on. Xena up against Thrasher. Thrasher
Ooh.
trying to take to the outside. Ooh, but the Princess Warrior coming through on the inside.
It's like they're taking turns who gets to be lead jammer just to keep it tight. Pack is moving a little bit fast, trying to keep everybody from scoring, but it looks like Xena was able to eke 2 points out and keep Grave Danger from getting any points. So we have got a 1 point differential, 129 for the team in black, 130 for the team in red, a little bit more than 13 minutes left in this game.
If you're watching this bout and want to know how to play roller derby, Rat City offers a program called Pinkies. It's designed to teach you how to skate and get you derby ready so you can try out for a home team. Our new program starts April 15th. Check out our social media feeds or email freshmeat@ratcityrollergirls.com for more information.
Liberty Bell Ringer up against LSD. LSD fighting a tough 4 wall of black at the front of the pack. Meanwhile, Liberty Bell Ringer is stuck behind a difficult 3 wall of red in the back of that pack.
I'm going to start calling her LBR every time she's up against LSD. So I can feel like the name's even. LBR is through the pack. Having completed her initial, she's about halfway around, takes a bit of a spill. No way to cut, that's good. There's no ghosts involved.
Little bit of hip action from Throttle Rocket sends LSD to the ground. She bops back up and manages to get through that pack. It looks like we've got another 4 points on the board for the team in red. Liberty Bell Ringer is stuck and forced to recycle all the way to the back after being bopped to the outside.
Oh my.
LSD, meanwhile, is all about the nickelin'. She's got no time for pennies.
Yeah.
It's nickel time.
Pennies are for children.
She wants the shiny money.
Yeah.
Liberty Bellringer has managed to get through for her first scoring pass. 4 points on the board for the team in black. LSD decides after 4 more points putting on the board, it's time to call this off.
133 to 143. Math. A 10-point game. 11 or under 11 and a half minutes left in this game. Still tight enough. Either team could pull this one off. Yeah.
Yep. It just takes a dime and a penny.
Or we could get that dime, and on the last jam, it gets called off, and they're like, "Crap! It's an overtime jam." Sorry, I got so excited I couldn't get the words out. I was like,
and you know what's
"Where
so
did that
funny?
happen?"
Skaters sometimes don't know overtime rules.
Yeah, that's the thing is like when I've only ever announced it one time, and it was amazing because I announced the rules. I was like, everybody stay standing because this is gonna be awesome, and I announced it, and so I'm like this, and the other announcer who I didn't know at all immediately was like, "Oh, there's lead jammer," and I was like, "Ah." So,
Well,
yeah.
habits are hard to break.
If it gets to an overtime jam, we'll tell you about it.
Exactly.
Now
But
I've got
meanwhile-
myself. I was like, "Oh my gosh, this might happen."
But we've got another 5 points on the board for Grave Danger and Bento Boxer.
Dang old Bento Boxer doesn't want that overtime jam. It's all right.
Bento Boxer doesn't want an overtime jam. Bento Boxer wants to win outright.
I know what they want, but I also know what I want. And while they're not conflicting goals,
All right,
kind of
that was
are. I don't care who wins as long as we have an overtime jam.
exactly. That's kind of how I feel because overtime jams
so
mean that
exciting.
Derby wins.
So yeah.
We're so excited, and it's a 20-point differential. I have a feeling the announcers have just jinxed this whole overtime dream.
There's a team timeout being called by Grave Danger. Thunderstruck gonna discuss how they could get 30 points ahead. Bit of a Rat City will be hosting international WFTDA D1 playoffs this September. We are super excited to be bringing world-class roller derby to Seattle. Stay on our social media for more information as we reveal our venue and what leagues will be visiting our city.
Yeah, seriously, you do need to be keeping up on this for those of you at home if you do at all care, because this is quite literally a worldwide drawing event.
Yeah.
The Division I tournament playoffs will probably be sold out, so if you want to watch some world-class teams that are literally the best in the world in your hometown, you're going to need to be on top of when these tickets go on sale, because this actually is a big deal.
Or if you're not anywhere near here and you don't want to visit beautiful Seattle, which is amazing in the fall, just so you know, you'll be able to pick up on stream for money, for cash dollars.
Absolutely, and the stream is pretty high quality.
Yes.
I gotta say, I spend most of my Derby dollars paying for the end of the year streams. I gotta say, I love the Whip to Death streams are awesome, but
They're
live
quite good.
Derby where you can smell
where
it is
you can-
even better.
You can yell at it. I mean, you can yell at it wherever you are, but I encourage doing it in person. All right, that was a 2-point jam for Grave Danger, 155 to 133. We are just about at 9 minutes left in this game.
Xena wearing the star for Throttle Rockets. LSD wearing the star for Grave Danger. That empty penalty box means 5-on-5 on the track.
4-on-4 blocker-wise, 1-on-1 jammer-wise.
That is true, but sometimes jammers like to block, as we've seen today.
It's 4-on-3 ref-wise. I don't know how many NSOs are here.
Lots. There's always lots. Holy crumbs, Xena is just fighting her way through that pack. Lead jammer status for Throttle Rockets. She just shouldered her way right through, and as the opposing team was
Boom.
shouldering
Oh,
her,
look,
they
look,
were
look.
pushing them further.
She gonna do it again. She was like, blast, 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 there's my shoulder. And then they were like, stop hitting us with your shoulder. And they just moved away from it.
She must have sharp, bony shoulders. Excellent, excellent asset in Derby.
Yeah. Yeah, no one likes that.
All right, those wearing the star at this point. Bento Boxer, Harriet Thugman, some familiar faces on the line.
Hey, Harriet's jammed in a minute.
Both of them in aggressive skating stances.
Oh, yes. Launching into that pack. These packs have just been impossible to launch through. So, Harriet trying their butt off. Bento trying their butt off. Butts being blocked right off.
Castro coming in, try to assist Bento to get that lead jammer status. Castro forced to move back to assist her blockers because Bento, as it turns out, didn't need no help. Lead jammer status for grave danger. That's not true. She always needs a little help. Everybody needs to help their jammer.
I never needed help as a jammer.
All right, we have got another 5 points on the board thanks to Bento Boxer for grave danger. She made that initial pass and then her first scoring pass with a lot of argument from one of the Toronto Rockets blockers. Almost got an out of play penalty, chased him down so much, but they were able to get past him. And now on a second scoring pass, Bento Boxer has got 2 more bodies to get by.
Well, now's just one. Be on your way, Ally McWheel, for you have sinned and must think about your transgressions for 30 seconds. I don't think that's exactly what my camera said, but...
But it is in the rules, so it's implied.
Yeah.
Four more sets of hips passed, 4 more points by Bento, 4 more points on the board for grave danger.
137 to 169. Under 6 minutes left in the game.
Toronto Rockets need a momentum shift similar to what they got at the end of the first half.
Yes. And maybe they're
Maybe
saving
bigger.
up, welling up their rages, preparing for the points inning.
I can respect that.
Yeah, that's how I would do it.
Make them think they're going to win,
Yeah.
but we really know better.
Psych them out, as the kids said in the 80s.
Exactly.
Apparently they still say it, they just don't use it right anymore.
All right. You know what? We might have been onto something. Toronto Rockets lead jammer status.
Here we go. Liberty Bell Ringer about to ring some bells.
Oh, Liberty Bell Ringer trying to hit that 3-wall, that Triforce of red real quick. She turns her booty to hit first, so she doesn't get that backball call. Gets through the pack. 4 points on the board for Liberty Bell Ringer and Toronto Rockets.
If I was Liberty Bell Ringer, every time I blocked someone, I'd be like, bing!
Oh, yeah.
They would hate me. They would hate me.
Maybe we should do that and annoy everybody.
No. I told somebody one time I was extraordinarily vocal. Like, I only played a couple of games, but I was extraordinarily vocal on the track because I realized, like, I talk all the time anyway. That's just something that happens. But when people get upset, and they get upset about just nothing on the track, then their game sucks. And I wasn't that great. So, like, if I got a goat, though, I would turn to this, like, have my head to the side, and I would talk to my goat about how I'd always wanted a pet goat, and I'd give them a name. They're like, oh, you get to be my pet goat. I'm going to name you Pete. So how's things going back there, Pete? Are you a little goat? And they just go nuts. Speaking of going nuts, Xena out there, she doesn't have to use
psychological warfare.
Yeah, it's all I got. It's all I got. I'm hard to knock over. Not particularly fast, and I'll mess with your head. Don't become my goat. Xena's zipping on through, and now it's Thrasher is also through. And Thrasher is actually, I think I'm going to come through, get points first, unless here we go. 5 points for Thrasher, having gotten past Xena, although Xena has lead.
Yeah, Xena's got the lead, but it's
There we
Thrasher zipping through the pack.
She wants to pop those 4 points. There's no more points picked up by Grave Danger that time, so a 4-4 jam, 150 to 174, 3:35 left in the game.
24 points between the two. See, I can do that math.
There you go. Good work.
Yay.
Almost a quarter.
Didn't need to count my fingers or my toes. My shoes stayed on and everything. All right, a familiar matchup. Harriet Thugman, Bento Boxer. I feel like we've seen this before.
Yeah, like 1,000 jams worth. They are amazing jammers. What are you gonna do?
Yeah, put them in the game. Put them in the game.
Look at this. Oh, what? Yeah. See?
All right, Thugman on the tail of Bento. Bento does have lead jammer status, but that really doesn't mean much when we've got the opposing jammer this close behind. It is a foot race to start scoring points at the back of the pack. Oh, number 7, she need a penalty, has some pretty awesome hips, sending Harriet Thugman to the ground. I might even suggest that those hips need to be licensed.
I feel like the rest of this bout, I'm not going to use words. I'm just going to use like one word and mouth noises to describe the action.
Oof might be a good word.
Look. Ah! Whoa.
Oh, beautiful shoulder check by Bento.
Nah, Bento rocking it. Picking up 4 more points, widening that gap.
All right, so I'm not sure the Throttle Rockets blocker meant to do
I think
that.
somebody's glasses lens is on the floor.
Oh no, that's not good
What
for
else
a
could
lot
that
of
have been?
reasons.
It's a mouth guard or a glasses lens, and if it was a mouth guard, they'd stop it. If I had to take a guess, Harriet's not got glasses on. Okay. Nope, she's got them in her hand. Her glasses lens is now in the hands of the referees.
Oh, dude, that sucks. As someone who wears glasses, I don't like. That is amazing. How can she even think about skating without her glasses on like that? I mean, if she was anything like me, it'd be like being a blind skater.
Well, at least the other team's red.
True.
Get away from the red.
I am able to differentiate colors.
I skated a whole game with my glasses off because I had busted them right before and tried to super glue them back together. Because I'm gonna say I'm thrifty. That's what I'm gonna say.
Thrifty's a good thing. I too am thrifty.
Yeah. So I skated an entire game like that, and it actually made me like a bit seasick. So
I bet. Yeah.
At least it was only part of a jam, but I was like mouth guard, glasses lens. Sad face. Hopefully they got tiny screwdrivers on the back.
Well, and luckily it is only a couple minutes left, so if push comes to shove, they might just bench Harriet. However, why would you want to bench Harriet? Because goodness gracious, they've been putting some points on the board like nobody's business.
Harriet has been a long time favorite of. I like their starting stance so much.
I like
the
aggressive
amount of fight
stance.
they contain. Because it doesn't matter how big their opponent is, they're going to get past. They're going to get past. It's just like a lot of energy in there.
All right, Liberty Bell Ringer and LSD, 2 familiar jamming faces on the line right now. Penalty box has been emptied from the Throttle Rockets blocker, so we've got the full four blockers on the track. Both jammers have completed their initial pass. And I'm going to say LSD's got lead jammer status, what with her jam ref indicating
Is
so.
he pointing? Yeah.
He likes to point.
His mom didn't teach him any different.
As long as he's not pointing and laughing, we're good to go.
Well, doesn't make you not lead just because he's laughing.
All right, 4 points on the board for Throttle Rockets. Looks like LSD hasn't had any points thrown on the board, but she has been passing hips, so I know we've been accumulating the points. Throttle Rockets have been giving her a big old headache, though, bopping her to the outside, forcing her to recycle all the way back to corner. That's right, corner 4.
Corner 4.
Not turn 4. Not curve 4. Corner 4.
Quarter apex 4. Oh my gosh. Either 43 seconds left in the jam or 13 seconds left in the period. One of the two is going to happen.
Both teams have got 4 points on the board this jam.
Yeah. So far. Oh, what?
Throttle Rockets, another 5 points on the board. Liberty Bell Ringer showing what's up.
Okay. I was going to say she's got 23 seconds. All she needs is like 30 points. Actually, it was 29. I believed in her.
All right, that is a 9-point jam for the Throttle Rockets. Looks like it was a 6-point jam for the Grave Danger. But Throttle Rockets coach has called for an official review. So, there's that.
Let's think about it for a while. Let's ponder. I feel like nothing in this official review is going to change it by 30 points, though.
You know, I gotta say, the Throttle Rockets jammers have surprised me, and I do like that the coach has faith.
No,
But
that's-
it's a lot to ask from what we've seen so
dot your
far.
I's, and if you see someone else hasn't dotted their I's, you go tell them to dot them. I'm fine with that, but I feel like there's not going to be 30 points gained in this.
I would say it is highly unlikely. I mean, it's within the realm of possibility, but not bloody likely.
All kinds of things are possible. Ooh, it sounds like somebody won one of the mini raffle prizes. I would invite you down to the venue, but we are sold out.
Yeah,
So
I think
you're
we
not
sold out
here.
yesterday.
Did we really?
I think
Wow,
so.
right on.
Last I heard, there was like 30 tickets left a few days ago, so I'm gonna.
I saw that one that I saw Maud posted. I thought it was today that it was sold out. So like, my friend Tara just moved here. You know Tara Almoff. Yeah, and she's like, going to the game, and I'm like, did you get tickets, friend? But she did.
Oh,
So
good.
Somewhere Tara's here.
She knows how to plan ahead. Yeah, I have heard rumors that Tara Armoff is in the building.
Oh, well, they did get one more jam, so hey, you know what? Look at me being a jerk.
I
They
don't know if
got
you're.
a jam on the clock. There's that 1 second.
I don't know if you're a jerk. I mean,
That-
we're still
well,
looking at 30 seconds or
That
30
official
points.
review wouldn't have yielded the 30 points, but could this jam? Question mark. Yell at your screen if you are watching for Throttle Rockets. Now yell at your screen if you're watching for Grave Danger. I'm riling the at-home fans.
Gotcha. So we
Yell-
can't tell when
yeah,
they're screaming.
Yell at the screen if you want me to stop. I can't hear you. We actually have an after party tonight. You coming?
There is an after party tonight. I just might come, but oh my goodness. So we've got.
Oh,
Wow.
oh. Here's where the things happen.
All right, so Throttle Rockets have been declared lead jammer, and for those of you following at home, we had an illegal call-off in that previous jam by Grave Danger, which meant Grave Danger's
Oh my
jammer
gosh.
had to hit the penalty box. Throttle Rockets Xena, 5 points on the board. Now, not only does Grave Danger have their jammer in the box, they also had 2 blockers in the box, which meant Xena only had to get past another 2 red bodies in order to score
Oh
a
my.
full 5 points. We've got 5 points on the board for Xena so far, 0 points on the board for Grave Danger so far.
Yeah,
Grave
Ellis
Danger's
has just
jammer
come back in.
has been released and trying on her initial pass, but Xena is already on her second scoring pass. 168 points for Throttle Rockets, 193 for Grave Danger.
LSD is through on her initial. And it looks like Ponyanese has gone to the box as a blocker. Grave Danger's pivot back in play in case they want to pass a star or whatever. Xena really now hung up. I think is it Castro giving her a bad time? Yeah.
Yeah, Castro's anchoring that Triforce like nobody's business, and it's very difficult to move that body of 3. Xena is doing her all to make sure. An excellent move by one of the Throttle Rockets blockers, helping her through there. That looks like that was Allie McWheel, I think, who came in with a big save.
So 4-point pass for Xena coming up on her third scoring pass. 15 seconds left available to her. She has lead and she's going to run it down, of course. What else would you do?
We have got approximately 5 seconds left in this game. Xena passing red hips right and left. That 4 whistle means the jam is over. 4 more points on the board for Throttle Rockets with a 14-point jam.
Yes.
Awesome. 177 to 195 unofficial score so far in favor of Grave Danger. But I'll tell you what, I think Derby was the real winner with that one. That was a phenomenal game. That's right. I'm being judgmental. It was phenomenal.
No, that's fine. I was shaking my head at the Derby one. Fine. I'm still gonna be forever the cynical one. You'll never forget that, right? Okay. For every fun thing you say,
You're gonna go spit on my weenies, huh? Fine.
God.
All right,
All
victory
the
lap.
positivity. It's all these kittens up in the champagne room keeping Mad Statter so positive tonight.
Absolutely, that new kitten smell is a drug for me. I love that new kitten smell. Some people like
doesn't?
baby heads. I like
Yeah.
kitten bellies.
Some people like babies in general. Is it their heads? Is it
Yeah,
like
they,
their actual
for some
skulls
reason they
that
want to
smell funny?
smell their stupid
I
head,
don't-
whereas
I
I
don't
like to
want to.
smell the kitten belly.
And for the record, babies are only stupid because they haven't fully formed their brain or learned anything yet.
No.
We're not saying
Babies are
anything that you don't know.
stupid. No, I'm saying I don't like babies. I like baby cats. I like baby kittens.
I like baby animals. I like looking at pictures of my friends' babies.
I don't.
But when they hand them to me, I'm like, you put a lot of faith into the wrong person, sir or ma'am.
I am well over the age of 40, and I have never changed a diaper in my life, and that is okay with me.
No, it's been cool. I don't know how to do that. I gotta go. Anyway, something I do know how to do is read you the score. The final score, 177-195. You're not here for free high fives, so I'll put your palm to the screen now. Here we go. There's your high five. Good work.
Awesome. We have got ourselves a little victory lap done by Grave Danger, little post sort of victory lap done by Throttle Rockets. I believe we're going to have a longer intermission between this final bout and the next. Wait, this bout and the next bout, which is the final bout. This couldn't be the final bout,
This
right?
is the semifinals.
This is the
and then
semifinal bout.
The next one is championship proper, which will feature DLF versus the socket winches.
That's word on the
Green
street.
versus blue.
That's what they say. So I believe we've got, a 30-minute intermission?
Is it?
Let's
No,
just
I'm-
say 30-minute intermission. You've got time maybe to, brush your teeth, maybe go to the store.
Feed your cats.
Definitely feed your cats.
If you have children, attend to them for a moment and let them run wild so they can learn how to survive on their own.
All right, so on that note, this is Mad Statter on the mic with Julia Sleazer, and I think we are signing off
She's like, wrap it up,
for
y'all. All right.
the intermission.
Good night.
tonight, you down drag out fight. This is old school. I don't know how many of you have viewed Blood on the Flat Track, but this rivalry goes way back. The Socket Wenches are taking on the Derby Liberation Front for the championships. Would you please give it up to the Sweethearts of Derby in the blue and white, the Socket Wenches!
Number 11, Flow Motion.
1221, Health Hazard.
1-4, Mow You Down.
Number 16, Ellie Like.
Number 26, Oh So Final.
Number 3, Chairman Mouse.
36, Sunshiner.
363, Nona Larson.
440, Clobber and Maim.
Number 5, Captain Chernobyl.
611, He Miyatoma.
Number 65, Captain T-Rex.
Number 666, Devil Inside.
Number 667, Roasted Pony.
And number 669, Let's Go Crazy.
They are coached by Sammy Automatic and Kitty Caputi. Give it up for the Socket Wenches! And now, last year's championships and more championships that you can count on one hand. Please give it up for the Derby Liberation Front! DLF! DLF! DLF!
Number 10, Carolina Venato.
Number 22, Kendra Hurt.
40, Tits McGee.
Number 57, Captain Pumpkin Pie.
Number 619, Red Divicious.
Number 62 would have to be Domino.
665, Captain Jill Nye.
Number 7, Bartok.
72, Nasty Drew.
73, Abominable.
83, Thumper Skull.
Number 86, Pterodactyl.
Number 87, Swamp Thing.
Number 90 is Cece.
Number 15, Misty Moonshine.
And number 56 is Slay Jude. They are coached by Ho Chi Dan and Violent Beauregard. Give it up for the Derby Liberation Front! DLF! 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 DLF!
As Dr. Five once said, did they build that wall to keep them out or to keep you in?
I think a little from column A, a
Right.
little from column B. That's
Sure.
my guess.
Anyway, I'm Phil Dirt.
I'm Matt Statter on the mic.
Yeah, we're up here in the Champagne room here at the Rat's Nest to give you all the action here on the webcast. That's right. I remember Dr. Five. I remember the Greaser Monkeys. I remember this used to be one of the best rivalries between the Prom Queens and the Anarchists.
Well, I don't know how tight that rivalry is these days, but I am crossing my fingers for an old school matchup of hatred and spite.
Yeah, the Derby Liberation Front have not lost a bout for, I believe, well over 3 years. Ho Chi Dan continuing to win, but
All right,
Oh.
well, looks like socket winches are off to a bit of a crossing line start, as it were. Cut track for Roasted Pony. And wait, was that Roasted Pony?
Roasted
Yes,
Pony.
that
yeah.
was Roasted Pony. So
Pterodactyl or Terra Swift or whatever the heck her name is. Doesn't matter. She's retiring next year. Pterodactyl gonna I kid.
talking's hard.
I only kind of kid. Anyway, Pterodactyl coming through the pack. Oh my goodness. A freight train of a hit by Chocolate Coma. She finally bought a new helmet that doesn't say Chocolate Coma on it, but now has a jersey that still does.
So, you know.
I would call her Cece, but
But for those of you keeping score at home, you might get confused because
Yeah.
her jersey says Chocolate Coma.
right. So Cece Chocolate Coma, the former Hellbound home wrecker from Dockyard.
All right, so even though she spent some time in the box, Roasted Pony has exited that penalty box, completed her initial pass, managed to get no points on the board, but it looks like DLF was only able to put 3 points on the scoreboard, and that was a really hard-fought 3 points.
And how? That was a minute and 20 seconds worth of battling, and 3 points is all you get out of it. So Socket Winches definitely brought it today.
Absolutely, yeah, they are willing to kick some bums and take some names.
Socket Winches have not won the championship. Well, no one but DLF has won the championship in recent memory, and they are looking to knock the Derby Liberation Front off of that pedestal.
Clobber and Mame doing her part as a Socket Winches blocker, trying to beat up all the other blockers from DLF. Unfortunately, her jammer was not able to take advantage of such great teamwork, and it looks like Derby Liberation Front's Bartok has been declared lead jammer and on her first scoring pass.
Swamp Thing going to the penalty box is Oso Final just gets out of the pack. Bartok, though, still in on her first scoring pass, hasn't put any points up on the board yet.
No points on the board yet, but Bartok was very much aware of the opposing jammer and how close she was to scoring some points. Decides it's time to call it off because she did get those 4 points. 7 points on the board for DLF, 0 points on the board for Socket Winches at the moment, but as we know, that could change at any second.
Hey, there will be 33 teams from all over the world roll into the Pacific Northwest May 5th through 7th in Eugene, Oregon for the 6th annual Big O Roller Derby Tournament. Watch women's, men's, and junior teams compete, including Rose City, Angel City, Victorian, and New York Stock Exchange, and your Puget Sound Outcasts, and Rod City All-Stars, and a bunch. You'll also get to hear my smiling voice. So come on down to Eugene. If you can't, check it out at BigO.com.
Absolutely. Big O is one of the best, most looked forward tournaments of the West Coast as far as I'm concerned. It is the crown jewel of the yearly tournaments, and always a fun fun tournament to take part in or just watch. But right now we've got Flow Motion and Red Divicious on the line. It looks like Red Divicious was able to get 4 points.
They're off the line.
Oh, well, that's right. Yeah, they were off the line once you start scoring points and stuff. Off, on, whatever.
Yeah, they were the jammers of record anyway.
Gold,
So
silver, yes, no, whatever.
double plus good. Derby Liberation Front now with 11. Socket Winch is still yet to get on the board, so they're going to send out Cher Noble. I've heard she's radioactive. Going to be out there against Pterodactyl.
Nobody getting nowhere for the most part. I don't think the jammers at this point are barely off the line.
Yeah, they're actually back behind it. And Pterodactyl, no call. Cher Noble going to pick up lead. Still gets hit by Thumper Skull. One leg out of bounds, but a no pass, no penalty. And DLF still not letting her go. Cher Noble's going to have to call off the jam. That's always tough. You get that, you think, hey, I'm free to go. Oops, what happened?
Yep, nope. That's how that worked. Yay,
Wah,
no.
wah, wah.
All right, Roasted Pony. Thinking about taking off on a trot once that whistle starts. Up against
Bartok.
5 minutes into this first half of the championship bout. 11 points on the board for the team in green.
Well, Jammers try to take that outside line. Bartok stays to the outside and busts out of the pack. Lead Jammer.
Yeah, that outside was wide open. That was an easy pass for her. For someone like me, oh no, that wouldn't have been easy.
No,
but
I'd still be
it was easy for her.
Trying to take my jaw up off the floor. Roasted Pony getting smoked up at the front of the pack.
We got a 3-wall of green just keeping her back. It looks like Roasted Pony is thinking about a star pass. I believe she just did a successful star pass to her pivot number
Didn't
3.
quite make it to her.
3. No, she did
Psych.
not.
That was actually a great fake star pass.
That
right
was
there,
a phenomenal fake star pass.
Looked all for the life like she handed her, and then nope, got it back on. But jam still called, and Bartok picking up 8 points on that one, so 19-0 still. 5 minutes and 40 some odd seconds here in this bout.
Yeah, we might not be having a lot of scoring each jam, but nickel and dime the way to a lead that is perhaps one day going to be insurmountable. But right now, 19 points is the only difference, and it's very surmountable.
And there you just saw Bartok charging through that open hole. Yet again, this time Red DeVicious up against So Final, and Rest DeVicious finding the line on the inside, was not guarded. Making it out of the pack, and DLF continuing their winning ways.
So Final has made it through on her initial pass and looks to be getting ready to pass some hips in green. It looks like maybe she was able to get one, but...
No, I believe that is So Final's point. Yes, indeed.
Yes.
And the socket winches are finally on the board.
So finally on the board.
I see what you did there.
Oh, good. I'm glad somebody got that joke because it was tiny. Alrighty, Flow Motion wearing the star, and it looks like we've got, let's see, Pterodactyl. That's what I'm going to say. Also wearing the star for DLF. Pterodactyl taking off like a lightning bug with that first whistle. Flow Motion stuck between a tough quadro pack of green.
Larson going to go to the penalty box for an elbow call on Terror Swift Dactyl. And now she still has a shirt that says Terror something with Swift written over the top of it.
Yeah, I was going to say, it looks like it's got a crossed out, a very punk rock jersey she's wearing today.
I forget what her third name was 30 years ago, but both jammers out of the pack now, but only one of them is lead, and that is Terror Dactyl.
Pterodactyl finding a wide open inside line, easy peasy 4 points, and then she calls it off, keeping the Saga Wenches to 0 points that jam. That was a 4-0 jam this jam.
So each of these teams, of course, played 3 games. DLF undefeated. Saga Wenches beat the other 2 teams in the league.
But I'll bet you the DLF beat them, what with their undefeated record.
Yeah, so they're trying to knock them off that pedestal, but currently at 23-1. Not looking good.
Yeah, if this point scoring continues with this pattern, then we are not going to be seeing Socket Wenches taking the victory. But this is only less than 10 minutes in the first half, and I have definitely seen teams take longer than 10 minutes to get warmed up and then find themselves in fighting position. In fact, that last game that we just saw was exactly that.
Back and forth. Speaking of back and forth, both these jammers going back and forth on the floor right now. Keep getting recycled and stuck back in it. And Bartok ran back to corner 4. They've never got actually into corner 1 yet.
No, I don't really think that they've passed the pivot line yet until just now when Sharon Noble hopped on past that final body of green for lead jammer status.
Donna Larson is doing some great defensive work for the Socket Wenches right now in the front of the pack.
All right, 5 points on the board for the Saga Wenches. This is the momentum shift that they've been hoping for.
Oh, yeah, you see that momentum meter. It's down at the left corner of your screen. Oh, wait, no, we're not playing the Madden version, sorry. But if you were to see that, it'd be sliding over to the blue side right now. As she gets through for her second Grand Slam, because if you're going to start doing Grand Slams, why not take a couple?
No doubt. I think this is the highest scoring jam we've got so far, and it is thanks to the Saga Wenches and Sharon Noble.
Sunshiner putting on a checking clinic out there right now. Domino going to knock Sharon Noble to the line. And then another 2 points picked up. So a 12-point jam by Sharon Noble to open up the scoring, just really open it up.
Absolutely. Not just a 12-point jam, though. 12-point jam for Saga Wenches, 0-point jam for DLF. That has got to sting a little bit.
Now a 10-point game with 20 points remaining here in the first half. Thank you for joining us from the Champagne Room here at the Rat's Nest. Hey, look, the pivots are on the pivot line. That's actually
so weird.
I'm so happy right now.
And one of the pivots had her toe on
Right,
the pivot
it was
line.
like
it
pivot
was like
shenanigans.
rules.
Red Devicious going to take that and just battle shoulder first through to lead jammer. Cece, oh, great dodge by Roasted Pony to avoid that hit. She had a hip check that was a coming.
All right, both jammers in position to score, and it looks like
Yeah, jam is called.
2 points on the board for DLF, which means not too many hips were passed by that team in green.
Again, to do defensive work. We appreciate it. Never mind. International WFTDA D1 playoffs coming to Seattle September 29th. We'll be releasing more information soon, so make sure you stay on top of our social media pages. You can look up Rat City Roller Girls, and you can hit Google, find all that stuff on the Facebooks and the MySpace and the.
And it is worth the search because Division I playoffs are nothing you want to miss when they're in your hometown.
Flow Motion's not going to miss either. Lead jammer again for the Socket Wenches. Pterodactyl about half a lap behind as DLF starts putting on the speed to try and, I believe Runaway Kitty was the old name for that.
There you go. Yeah, whatever you want to call it. It is looking like a USARS bout down here. We've got some speed skaters making sure the pack is going fast.
Check it out. People are skating in the right direction and going fast. I'm so damn happy right now.
Like a high action full contact sport all of a sudden.
Oh, man. Death to the four wall. Death to the four wall. That was awesome.
Four walls don't bother me as much as stop. There's wheels on your feet. Use them.
When I say four wall, I'm implying a certain period of derby that is long past us and has long been away.
Oh, yes. That's just another name for stop.
Yeah. Oso Final out there against Bartok, talking about people that don't ever stop. Oso Final pushing 3 different DLF skaters. Now 2, now just 1. Now trying to bash Tits McGee out of the way. Gets around Swamp Thing. Lead jammer for Oso Final.
Wow, that was a piece of work that she had to go through, but it has got to be worth every drop of sweat for that lead jammer status. Wide open inside line means 5 points on the board for Socket Wenches. Oh my goodness. We have got a 5-point differential, and this could change in just a few seconds.
Bartok getting shut down like the Comet Empire at the end of second season of Star Blazers. Knocked to the inside yet again as Oso Final busts through the pack. Another 5 points. Another 10-point jam. We got a tie game right now.
Tie games are awesome games.
And again, coming through, says, Domino, get out of the way. Okay, Domino knocks her out of bounds. Domino, in turn, gets knocked out of bounds. But Oso Final doesn't want to pick up that penalty, so she goes all the way back.
Sometimes, even if you don't need to, it's better to be safe than sorry.
Yeah.
Open outside line. 5 points on the board by Oso Final. We have got ourselves a lead change. 15-point jam for the Socket Wenches, bringing them to 30 points. 25 points for DLF. This is looking like DLF might just have to think about what they're doing.
The weirdest part, I think, so far is I haven't seen Ho Chi Dan out in the center at all.
Oh, I have a feeling that you just did an announcer jinx, and we're going to see him in about 2 seconds. Maybe 5 seconds.
I did talk to him earlier here in the night and was asking him for an over-under on that, but he wouldn't give me one. So
wouldn't that be cheating?
Shh. Bear Noble out there against Red Devicious. Red Devicious. Oh, beautiful takedown by Devil Inside.
Yeah, knocked her all the way back to the front of the pack. Unfortunately, she's not allowed to take that position without getting a cut call. Crawled her way back to the back of the pack and re-entered legally. 2 more bodies to pass before she maybe might get lead jammer. Yep, DLF, Red Devicious, lead jammer status.
Just over 30 seconds gone in this jam. Chernobyl takes off the hat, locked down by Pumpkin Pie, Chocolate Coma, and Thumper Skull.
Clobber and Mame doing her best to just knock those green blockers out of the way of her jammer. Chernobyl with the star in her hand was far, far away from her pivot. Pivot, however, knew that star was just waiting to be taken. We have got a new jammer of record.
Sunshiner now putting the star on her head. But no points are going to be picked up by Sunshiner. Big jam there. 9 points for DLF. And if you're playing by the CNN Derby drinking rules, which still is posted online. You know that you have to drink right now. Don't drink and drive, kids. If you're staying at home on your sofa, have yourself a sip of your favorite delicious beverage. Once again, thanks for joining us at the Champagne Room here at the Rat's Nest.
Roasted Pony, Pterodactyl. We might know who these people are. That's right, they're jammers. Pterodactyl finding a nice wide open outside line.
Mow you down. Just couldn't quite get enough into that hit to take Pterodactyl down. And a power jam on the board now.
Yeah, it looks like Roasted Pony was sent to the box for a back block call. This means Pterodactyl's got 30 seconds to do what jammers do.
And starts picking them up 5 at a time. DLF trying to keep that goat at the back of the pack. Pterodactyl tears through her own defense.
I guess it's okay to back block your own team,
it's
right?
totally acceptable. You cannot get a penalty for doing that to
Man,
yourself.
did she just tear her way through. That was kind of a thing of beauty because I know,
said
right?
terror.
None of her DLF teammates fell down, which was pretty impressive because she hit that pack pretty hard.
Roasted Pony keeping her legs moving. Trying to get around Domino. And a failure to reform on Domino.
Roasted Pony's got to like that failure to reform call. Meant she had to be let go. Little apex jump earns Roasted Pony 2 points.
But a big jam, 9 points go up for the Derby Liberation Fund. So 43-32, 13 minutes left on the clock. You might want to sit down for this. Bedrooms and More offers seating. The mattress and bedding specialty store carries brands such as Stressless, Fjords, and American Leather. Whether you're looking for luxury recliner, a sleeper sofa, or an oversized, supremely comfy couch, Bedrooms and More has what you're looking for. Bedrooms and More located in Wallingford on the corner of 45th and Latoina.
All right, Flow Motion wearing the star. Nasty Drew also wearing the
Nasty
star.
Drew just took a big, nasty hit from Devil Inside. Cece at the front. Can't stop her. Lead jammer for Flow Motion.
I believe we have a star pass in progress for DLF, but I might be making that up.
Jammer, who's the jammer? The pivot of record right now is Thumper Skull. He once upon a time tilted Thunder Skater, but that was really quite a while ago.
Yeah, a few minutes ago at least.
Yeah. We'll see if she actually gets handed it. I haven't seen it yet.
Yeah, it looks like she's just got it in her hand. Very much visible, for it has to be, thanks to these new rules. Finally finished with her initial pass. She decides, fine, I'll put the star back on.
At this point, she's picking up points if she passes, or would if Flow Motion hadn't have called it. And Flow Motion looks like picked up all 4 points. So 36-43.
Wow, 36-43. We've got just over 11 minutes left in this first half. Quite honestly, this is a hard-fought game for these points. It's kind of a low-scoring game at this point. I've watched games that are in the hundreds, 11 minutes left in the first half, and this is not even at the 50-point mark.
Yeah, we were just about at 100, or a little over 100 at the end of the grudge match at the first period. But we do have 11 minutes left in this first period. So a little bit of a ways to go as Bartok and Oso Final put the stars on their domes for this jam.
Looks like Sakawinches have a blocker in the box, which means it should be a little bit easier for DLF to get through, but that doesn't matter because Oso Final's wearing the star for Sakawinches, and she said, no, I'm going to be lead. How it's going to go.
Oso Final and Bartok are two of the most fun jammers to watch because they don't really look like they're working that hard when they're just, and I know they're working extremely hard. Oh, and great work by Bartok. Deceptive speed she has.
Yeah, she kind of rode that wave of blue to pass her through the blue.
Oh, that's going to be a back block there on Oso Final. Yes, indeed. As she came in and blasted, what the heck's Dirty Salt's name now? Swamp Thing. Just knocked her head over tea kettle.
Meanwhile, Bartok's got one last set of hips to pass before she's through on that pass. 5 points on the board for DLF and another scoring pass on the way for Bartok.
Ladies and gentlemen, when you change your name every season, you're going to get called the wrong name a lot. I'm just going to say that out loud. Yeah, I should stay up late and study all this. Sure. Okay. Oh, and Bartok also going to go to the penalty box. Currently, Oso Final standing up already. We'll see if she leaves the box before Bartok gets there. She got a cutting the track. Oso Final leaves, so full 30 seconds for Bartok.
Yep, Bartok just sat down right as Oso Final left that box. Cece was very much aware of Oso Final leaving that box, and a nice little hip tap sends her flying to the outside and forced to recycle a quarter track back in order to re-enter legally.
Also, 25 seconds left on the jam clock when she sat down, so it will be a power start for the socket wenches in the next jam.
Yeah, it won't be a very long power start, but sometimes only 3 or 4 seconds is what you need to get through for lead jammer status. Let's see if socket wenches will be able to take advantage of this little bit of a power start. It looks as though we've got Chernobyl on the line, and if there's anybody who might be able to blast their way through, it is the nuclear option.
And then I like what DLF is doing here by sticking out Red Devicious, who has jammed well so far as the pivot. See how Bartok's doing after being in that last jam.
All right, I guess just 5 seconds of a power start is all we needed. Chernobyl lead jammer status for the socket wenches. 41 points on the board for the team in blue, 55 points on the board for the team in green.
Bartok gets through, takes a bit of a swing there from Clobber and Mame. We thought it was Clobber time, but Bartok stayed up and in bounds. Chernobyl's going to call that one off.
Yeah, I got to say, if I was in Chernobyl's shoes, I would have called it off too. Bartok was heading to that pack and thinking about picking up points real quick. 2 points on the board for Saga Wenches, bringing them to 43. We've got an 8-point differential between these teams, and that could change in the next 7.5 minutes.
Roasted Pony out to jam, and here's a treat. Cece jamming for the first time.
Yeah, I think this is the first time we've seen her wearing the star tonight.
I remember forever ago, it seems like, when the Hellbound Homewreckers were still a team at Dockyard, I saw her out there jamming in her rookie season and thought, man, she's going to be amazing when she finally goes to Rat City. I was right.
Yeah, well, I don't know if you know this about Cece or not, but Hellbound Homewreckers' first season that she was a rookie was the first time that she ever played roller derby. In fact, she had to learn to skate in order to be on Dockyard.
It's true. And
she used to be a rugby player.
Amazing skater now and an amazing player all around. And on that, picking up 4 points, calling off the jam. A 4-0 run for the Derby Liberation front. And continuing their lead, 59-43.
Slow motion, wearing the star once again for them, their socket wenches.
Hey, Rat City Roller Girls is a completely volunteer run. If your business would like to help out, contact us and find out what sponsorship package would work for you.
Pterodactyl popping her way past her own green wall, left with one set of blue hips to pass. And it looks like she done did pass him for lead jammer status.
Slow motion is Quagmire to the back of the pick. Finally, Sunshiner's like, give me the hat. Give me the hat. Takes the hat. Now lowering her shoulder. Oh, and a great spinorama to get herself out of the pack.
Yeah, DLF did not want to let her get that star cap. Oh, my goodness. We've got hip checks and shoulder checks, and she still managed to pirouette all around them and get through to try to score some points. But unfortunately, Pterodactyl knew what was up and called it off before she was able to get any points on the board.
All right. I don't know if it's in the shot or not, but Dan finally came into the middle to talk to Umpire Strikes Back, our head referee.
Oh, but he's not in the middle anymore. He's like tentatively
he walked
pacing
over into the middle,
in.
talked, and then walked back. So he did have some things to say.
All right, so for those of you keeping score at home, it's 1.
1 Dan to the center. Oso final against Red Devicious.
Oh, Red Devicious just had an opening, and she took it. Lead jammer status, DLF. That inside line, it's like they kind of forgot to cover it.
Oso final, though, out of the pack also and coming in rapidly as Red Devicious tries to go the outside and get shut down. She saw it coming. I like what Oso final did right there. You might think she got knocked down, but she actually just collapsed because she knew that if she made contact with the back. Not only would it be late, but it would also be after the whistle. So
there'd be a trip to the box.
yeah, I'm going to throw myself at the ground to not get a penalty here.
Make it obvious to everyone. I don't mean to touch anything. Yeah, I got to love it. Even though it seemed like an odd thing to do, throw yourself to the ground, it shows that she knows the rules. And I really like it when skaters know the rules.
If ever you throw yourself at the ground and miss, it means you know how to fly.
That is true.
So Abominable out there jamming for the first time.
Yeah, that's the first time I've seen him wearing the star.
Getting side to side, back and forth, and Chernobyl takes advantage as they were pushing to the outside, goes to the inside, takes lead. Abominable. Now the pack swallowed up. Big hit there by Thumper Skull. I believe that was on Chairman Mouse.
Chernobyl stuck behind that four-wall quadro formation of green in the back. One of her blockers decides to come and try to break it up, but
yeah, Devil inside trying to play a little offense.
Yeah, but those greenies, they don't want to leave each other. They're holding on tight.
Chernobyl going to go a little bit further back than she needs to, try and get a little bit of a run and start, but Pumpkin Pie is going to say nope. Yep, see, she said no.
She absolutely said nope.
You know, that's not Pumpkin Pie, but now Pumpkin Pie is right in there. Just great work by this DLF squad at the back. And Chernobyl, but great work also at the front of the pack.
Yeah, absolutely. Socket Wenches are putting all their skills to use one by one, bridging out, holding back Abominable from getting through on that initial pass until a minute and a half into this jam. That's no easy feat.
Oh, and Chernobyl calls it off just in the nick of time. So I just got the penalty count. Socket Winches have 11 penalties so far. DLF with 9. So not a very dirty game either.
No, an evenly dirty game, it seems.
Not one team beating up on the other one illegal. At least the refs are missing a lot of things. Maybe that's it.
That might be it. Yeah, I'm sure with 78 levels of certification on the floor, they're missing a lot. Yeah.
I just, on my way up here today, I realized this would be the first bout that I would call without Eric Rock. Oh my goodness, Sunshiner. Let the sunshine in. Take it with a grin.
Sunshine is coming through.
Her smilers always win. Never mind. Anyway, she's doing great. She's lead jammer. I had a song, but I can't remember it. Watch an old episode of the Flintstones, you bet.
Oh, phenomenal footwork on Sunshiner's part, riding that outside line, but managing to keep herself in bounds. Of course, she eventually did get hit out and had to be recycled back, but for a minute there, she was riding that wave of green to the front of the pack.
Oh, picked up all 5 points as Bartok had gotten out, called off just as she was about to get points.
All right, so we've got 14-point difference between these two teams. Socket Wenches are sitting at 50. 64 for DLF. Less than 2 minutes left in this first half. I got to tell you, Phil, I was a little bit concerned that this point differential would be stretched out a little bit more by now. I didn't really anticipate such a nail-biter. The
last time I was here for a Derby Liberation Front bout, I believe we were talking about something completely different by the time the game ended. So, yes, this has been a great game. Red Devicious against Roasted Pony. Red Devicious goes to the inside, bounces off Devil's side, picks up lead jammer.
Oh, Roasted Pony popped to the outside and sees that there is a wide open inside line, so she runs and grabs it. She is done with her initial pass and chasing to the back of the pack, hoping to pass a set of green hips before blue calls it off. Before green calls it off, I mean.
Picked up 3 and did manage to call it off first. We would like to thank our new sponsor, Smith Brother Farms, for their donation of cold brew coffee, the product of 2 family-owned local companies. Perfectly blended, organic, fair trade coffee with farm fresh, organic Smith Brothers Farms milk.
Yeah, I don't know much about the coffee, but I can tell you right now, Smith Brothers Farms milk and eggs are the bomb. I love Smith Brothers Farms.
It's the stuff right there.
Yep, it's good.
And by stuff, you know what I'm saying. Speaking of being the stuff, Pterodactyl lead jammer.
Oh, so Final trying to get points on the board, but instead decided to cut the track, sent to the box. We're looking at a power jam for Pterodactyl. Not exactly the way that Socket Wenches wanted to enter or end this first half. And I'm going out on a limb saying this is going to be the last jam of the first half because we've only got 2 seconds left on the period clock.
Yep, there it goes. So this will be the final jam.
5 points on the board thanks to Pterodactyl for Derby Liberation Front. 72 points total, 50 points for Socket Winches. Trying to call it off, but nobody's whistling. That's really weird. I don't like it when jam refs don't call it off.
I also don't like it when people don't use giant sweeping motions to call off their jams.
That is true. There's
Tiny
no time
little-
for butterfly kisses. We
Tiny
need
little hand
swoops.
hits. Tiny little hands. Tiny little hands. Oh, and gee, but you're behind the largest skater on the track with your tiny little hands. That's great. So she does manage to finally call it off. We're going to go to 75 to 50. 25-point lead for the Derby Liberation Front in this low-scoring game. So we're going to take a little bit of break. Thank you for joining us again in the Champagne Room. We'll be back here in about 9 minutes, 8 minutes, couple of minutes.
We'll be back.
Currently, for those of you still paying attention who didn't just walk off to get a cheese sandwich out of the fridge and perhaps another fine beverage.
Bring me a sandwich,
Yeah.
and we'll tell you what's up.
So there was an official review declared right at the end of that. So we will find out the details of what that was and get it to you at the beginning of the next period, because I don't believe there's actually a way to have another jam in the first period, but I could be wrong. Because Pterodactyl was the lead jammer and did call off the jam.
Yeah, so unlike what happened last game,
Yeah.
we can't have that happen again this
We
game
can't
because it
invoke-
was legally called off.
We can't invoke the parts rule for the first half.
All right, so those folks in stripes are discussing just what's up, and looks like they came to a pretty quick decision, so that's kind of nice.
All right, I saw a thumbs down signal from Umpire Strikes Back, which generally means nope. So we will go back to getting your cheese sandwich, making your whatever kind of cocktail you'd like to have, mocktail, beer or wine, soda pop. Anyway, get yourself something nice. Perhaps go to RadCityRollerGirls.com and peruse our merchandise. We have a lovely new T-shirt. There you go. We'll talk to you soon. All right, we're back, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Phil Dirt.
I'm Mad Statter on the mic.
We are back at the Rat's Nest here in the Champagne Room.
Oh, yes, the Champagne Room.
We are watching the championship bout, Rat City Season 13. Hokey smoke.
Lucky 13.
Oh, yeah. Means I've been doing this crap for 10 years. I mean, this fine and exciting stuff for 10 years. And I've been a fan for most of my adult life.
You know, I'm not going to try to tell you what to do, but don't do that math.
No.
Just don't do that math.
It's painful.
Exactly.
So, Socket Winches trying to defeat Derby Liberation Front down by 25 points. Not really a very wide margin.
No, and we haven't even hit the century mark, and we're already through the first half. So I got to say, every point was pretty hard fought. And we even had Socket Winches in the lead for a couple seconds. So, you know, I'm going to be very obvious and say it's still anyone's game.
Right. That plus then, oh, man, a high block on Roasted Pony. And Roasted Pony has forgotten the new rules that you can go any way to the penalty box and is taking a lap of shame.
Well, you know, body memory is hard to break sometimes, and
true.
she had momentum going forward.
So I totally understand, but Pterodactyl now on a power jam and the lead jammer. So as she had not gotten a lead jammer because of the high block.
Yeah, that lead jammer status definitely belonged to Roasted Pony had she been legal, but she wasn't, so we know how that goes.
You can't do that. Giving her the business.
All right, so a couple blue blockers. Oh, 3 blue blockers at the front of the pack trying to get Pterodactyl to recycle back, and lo and behold, bop to the inside. She is forced to recycle about a quarter track.
Roasted Pony already out of the box and now complete. As she had gotten the penalty, had not completed her initial pass. That's going to be a forearm on Mow Ya Down, the veteran.
All right, so Pterodactyl attempting to call it off. It looks like the jam ref took a half a second to get those 4 whistles blown, but that's okay. Socket Winches didn't. Oh, wait, they did put 4 points on the board. That could be a problem, and maybe that's why we've got Pterodactyl, Ho Chi Dan coming to the inside talking about some things. So I'm not sure what we're going to do about that because it doesn't look like it was an official review. It just looked more like it was a little, let me tell you what I saw kind of thing.
Here's the thing that Ho Chi Dan is great about, because he has been their coach since season 1. He knows the rules so well that he knows there's nothing you can do about it.
Right, exactly. And I'm glad that he does know that. And I'm also glad that he was able to go out and just be like, come on, guys, like, watch that. Because it can make a difference.
So Red Divicious, lead jammer, so final, just a little bit behind. And Shilly's going to call it off from a more visible location and gets it successfully called off for all 4 points. When you, if you have a coach, kids, if you have a coach out there that is freaking out, you can wind up having your whole team have a case of the fall aparts coming here into the second half. And I've seen it time and time again. Not, of course, in this building, because that would be wrong. But
right. No, I'm sure you've never seen a coach freak out in this building ever.
Yeah. But Dan
is not freaking out.
Dan
so let's make it clear we are not being sideways with our talk. Dan is actually not freaking out, which I guess is why we're having this conversation.
Yeah. I was having my little Don Cherry teaching moment as Flow Motion takes lead jammer and Bartok out there. Oh, Bartok cutting the track.
All right, Flow Motion lead jammer with this power jam situation at hand. This is exactly what Flow Motion likes to work with, because last time Flow Motion had a power jam, she had a pretty good run. So let's see what she can do with it this time. Excellent. Socket Winches push all the DLF blockers to the outside, opening that inside line wide open. We've got 5 points on the board for Socket Winches thanks to Flow Motion, and she is about ready to try to do it again.
Yeah, the Socket Winches also managed to get a 4-3 pack advantage as Tits McGee went off to the penalty box just as Flow Motion went up to the box. So another 5 points, 64-84 now on the scoreboard as Flow Motion makes her second 5-point pass. Tits McGee comes out of the box, as does Bartok. But Bartok already coming in behind Flow Motion.
Flow Motion looks like she is aware of Bartok's presence, and considering calling it off, she has been bopped to the outside and forced to recycle back. It looks like she has decided it is time to call it off, since Bartok is approaching the back of the pack and thinking about scoring some points.
And a nice happy dance by Flow Motion, and I second that emotion.
3 more points on the board for the team in blue. 13-point jam for Socket Wench's 0-point jam for the Derby Liberation Front. We're sitting at 67 points for the team in blue, 84 points for the team in green.
Hey, do you think you have what it takes? Try out for Rat City and be assessed by either our competitive lab rat or fundamentals program. You can find information online at our website or contact Fresh Meat at ratcityrollergirls.com.
Red Divicious wearing the star for Derby Liberation Front. Cher Noble wearing the star for Socket Wenches. Red Divicious had bopped her way through that pack for lead jammer status. Meanwhile, Cher Noble is still trying to make her way through on her initial pass.
I got to say, huge hit by Sunshiner. Sunshiner been putting on a clinic there tonight. Red Divicious, though, immediately popped back with a bad-looking landing. My guess is she's going to have a sore neck tomorrow morning when she gets up.
But she got 4 points, so I guess at the moment it's worth it. 4 points on the board for DLF this jam. 0 points for Socket Wenches this jam. We are looking at a 67-88 point differential. Excuse me, not point differential, just points on the board. It is an 11-point differential, and as we've seen before, Socket Wenches have been known to get 11 points in a jam. Change it any second.
Currently on the penalty tally, 16 for the Socket Wenches, 15 for the Derby Liberation Front, and both Nona Larson and Swamp Thing with 4.
Yeah, not so bad for second half, although 4 could be a problem. Pterodactyl, lead jammer status, DLF, right quick. And a cut track for Roasted Pony. So this is a power jam for Pterodactyl.
Derby Liberation Front. Almost made it, but landed with 1 foot inbounds. Goes skittering down, probably squawking, being a pterodactyl and all. I'm inferring. I don't know what she's doing. I don't know. Can't hear. I'm up in the champagne room.
Yep, can't hear what she's doing, but squawking might be what I'd be doing if I was her. If you're going to get bopped back, though, a quarter of a track during a power jam situation is the time to have that happen, because she was able to still get through for 5 points, and that opposing jammer still sitting in the box. Well, she's standing in the box, but
now
whatever.
She's out of the box. Oh, a beautiful spinorama. Another hit. An out of play call.
Yeah, Health Hazard chased down Pterodactyl for that hit. It maybe was out of play, maybe not. I don't have a tape measure, but refs decided it was out of play, so she's going to go to the box. Doesn't matter. Pterodactyl still got 5 points on the board.
It's true. And Roasted Pony out of the box, out of the pack, and now Pterodactyl going to call off the jam, picking up another 4 points. Huge 14-point jam, 102-67.
Finally past the century mark into the second half. This is a very low-scoring game, all things considered. Each point extraordinarily hard fought. We're looking at oh-so final on the line for
if you want to train
DLF.
smart, work hard, and get strong like our Rat City All-Stars, check out Get Strong First, located here at the Rat's Nest. Learn more at getstrongfirst.com.
Bartok wearing the star for DLF. We've got 2 Socket Wenches blockers in the penalty box, which means there's that many hips less to pass to get lead jammer status, and lo and behold, Bartok got that lead jammer status.
Oh-so final, though, not very far behind her at all. Also, oh-so final did a really good job as Swamp Thing had fallen down right in front of her, didn't get that, what do they call that, charging now for touching a down skater? Because that makes sense.
I didn't know that that's what they were calling charging now.
Yeah.
Okay, let's call it that.
Sure, because, again, if you are a member of a WFTDA leg, you can petition to get that changed. I'm just a schmuck announcer. I just know what charging looks like in every other sport. It involves charging forward 3 steps in hockey, or moving without the basketball, or, something like that.
Well, and I can see, like, using your head to bust through the whole pack or whatever. That sort of seems like a charging thing,
that's
right?
A spear. Oh, my God, it's a spear. They've been broken in half. JR Furniture. Discover the difference. Nasty Drew, your lead jammer for the Derby Liberation Front, 106-67 right now. Sunshiner out there who's been putting on a checking clinic now with a beautiful spinorama on the outside, makes it out of the pack.
I'm not so sure how she made it out of the pack as quick as she did. She had 4 blockers to contend with, whereas Nasty Drew only had 2 blue blockers to contend with. Obviously, Nasty was able to get that lead jammer status, but man, oh man, Socket Wench's jammer was definitely able to get through that pack real quick too, even though it was twice as many blockers.
Cuddle up this winter with luxurious bedding from Bedrooms and More. Their line of washable wool products is naturally moisture wicking and temperature regulating to keep you comfortable throughout the night. No more sticking your foot out from under the covers, because you know why you shouldn't stick your foot out under the covers?
Monsters.
Because you're vulnerable to monsters. Bedrooms and More, located in Wallingford at 45th Street and Latona in beautiful Seattle.
From what I hear, Bedrooms and More actually offers a bed buying clinic.
Ooh.
And with all of the bed technologies out there, I actually think I might need a clinic in order to teach me how to buy my next bed, because beds are complicated suddenly.
Well, also there's that whole, you're going to spend that much on something you spend that much time on, it's not a bad idea to know what exactly you're looking for. So
Absolutely.
a team timeout taken by the Socket Wenches, finding themselves down by 39 points here in the second half, 21 minutes left. So a good time for a timeout, see if they can regroup.
Yeah, as far as clock management goes, I'd say that was a very good time to take a timeout. I've seen some coaches take timeouts at very odd occasions. This was not one of those odd occasions.
Sunshiner attempting to distract the back of the pack. And Pie's staring right through her, though. Jamming for the first time out there against Flow Motion.
I think this is the first time we've seen Pumpkin Pie wearing the star for DLF.
It is, and Flow Motion gets ahead of her. Pumpkin Pie, though, finds a hole to the inside.
Flow Motion smoothly, quickly, elegantly skating to the pack in order to score some points. Hands to the hips, calls it off before DLF was able to hit that back of the pack. Let's see how many points we were able to get on the board for Socket Wenches. Looks like a singular point, but you know what? One is better than none, especially when you keep the opposing team to 0.
1 point counts. Rat City is excited to work with Youth Care this evening. Youth Care engages homeless youth throughout outreach and shelter, offers safety through housing, education, and jobs to help youth prepare for life. For information on how you can support Youth Care, visit youthcare.org.
Definitely a website worth checking out, youthcare.org. Do what you can to help our community out.
Sharon Noble against Red Divicious. We've seen this before, and each of them have gotten the better end of it on different occasions.
Red Divicious almost got through, but then got bopped to the outside on that first straightaway and had to recycle all the way back behind the jammer line.
Sharon Noble has to get around Swamp Thing, and does. Reminded me of Adrienne Barbeau getting around Swamp Thing right there. I'll let you guys figure that joke out. Look it up on IMDb.
Look it up on oldpeoplemovies.com.
Yep. Don't watch the second one. Just don't watch the second one. And finally making it through. That's going to be another couple of points.
I'm going to say 2 points all around.
The nice thing about Mike Hammer, the jam ref right there, is that his 2 points are 2 fingers together, but when he holds the 3, he spreads them apart.
Oh, that is nice. He does that with his 4s and 5s, too. And I have to say, I do appreciate that habit.
Always nice to see jam refs that are willing to do different things, different scores.
Just to communicate ever so more clearly, because that was clear. Good Lord.
Oh, beautiful work by Chairman Mouse, drawing that cut there on Bartok.
All right, so Bartok to the box, whereas Oso Finals got one last set of hips.
And
to
that's
pass.
gonna
Looks
be
like we got
a
a forearm,
forearm.
because that's what she did to get past that last set of hips. And she's got an insubordination call, too, so we are going to look at a full minute in the box for Socket Wenches Oso Final, and that means that we have got I guess we don't have a full minute in the box. I'm not going to get into the details, but Green Jammer has been released.
So she has whatever's left in Bartok's penalty plus the extra 30 seconds.
Exactly.
But yeah, basically a minute. Bartok just battles straight through that, knocking off Ellie Likes out of the way. Not her out of the way. I know I put a possessive at the end of that, and I apologize. Words are hard.
Words are way hard, dude.
Bartok.
Whoa, that was a booty block by Sunshiner that was just worthy of a booty.
Sunshiner putting on a great clinic today, but they can't stop Bartok for another 5 points.
Yeah, Sunshiner this game has shown that she is an exquisite blocker, pretty darn good jammer, and an all-round skater who needs her hips and thighs probably licensed, because they might be deadly.
I believe they are. And was that? No, not called off. Bartok, not the lead jammer, as both jammers have gone to the box during this jam. So thought about calling it off, and kind of
then realized she couldn't.
So Final coming into the pack like a tank.
like a fast-moving jet-propelled tank.
Yeah, DLF's players scattering everywhere. Now she's going to back up and run at it again. Domino dragging her all the way back again. And mercifully, this jam comes to an end. I say that for the blockers. 3-11 with the edge for the Derby Liberation front.
So we are looking at 73 points. Socket Wenches 117 for Derby Liberation front. A little bit more than 16 minutes left in this final half of the championship bout of season 13. That penalty box was almost empty, but then we had a legal procedure.
Mow you down.
So we've got a blocker for Socket Wenches in the penalty box. It made Pterodactyl's job of getting lead jammer status a little bit easier, but with or without that blocker in the box, she probably could have done it anyway.
Swamp Thing going to go for a low block. I think that's going to be her 5th. And another 4 points, manages to call it off.
Yep, nickel and diamond is how you can win a bout, and I gotta say, DLF has got the nickel and diamond strategy down pat. Granted, they only got 4 pennies this time, but you know, one short of a nickel.
They got a $1.21, so.
They could probably buy something off of the McDonald's meal, value meal.
Or they could buy something from our snack bar, and if you were here, you could do the same. There, I've checked that box. Red Devicious also checked the box that says lead jammer. Slow motion handing off the helmet cover to.
Looks like Sunshiner.
It is Sunshiner. Sorry, I was trying to not say Panty again.
Oh, that's hard. That's a hard habit to break. Oh, Sunshiner stuck between an incredibly difficult, non-moving Triforce of green bodies at the front of the pack. Literally an unmoving grudge match of
quagmire.
Awfulness.
And I'm not talking giggity. I mean the actual definition of the word quagmire. But you can say giggity if you want.
Giggity.
Red Devicious finally battles her way through, picking up all 5 points.
Gosh, you know, after that battle, I'd be so tired. It's like, sure, I might get another 5 points, but I could call it off.
Oh, Sunshiner jumping through on toe stops. That's initial pass over a minute into the jam.
Oh, we have got a, what is it? Clockwise block call on Red Devicious, sending her to the penalty box, meaning this is a power jam for Socket Wenches and Sunshiner.
Oh, Pumpkin Pie going to get a failure to rejoin at the back of the pack.
Wow, so Socket Wenches are suddenly looking at one short jammer, 2 short blockers. 5 points on the board thanks to Sunshiner for the Socket Wenches. They've got to be loving this.
Thumper Skull does get out of the penalty box and sets up with the Triforce. Oh, Sunshiner couldn't quite catch that landing.
Looked like she considered, do I really need to go back? Yes, honey, you really do need to go back. All right, all the jammers have been released from the box. Everybody is in scoring position. Jam goes to its full 2 minutes, I believe, and it looks like Socket Wenches have another 2 points on the board for a 7-point jam.
And 9 points for Derby Liberation front after all of that. Are you sick of your job? Ready for
Yes.
Ready for a new career in the tech industry?
No.
Yeah, not really.
But a lot of people are.
Start your tech career with Dev Bootcamp, where curious beginners learn full stack web development in 19 weeks. Visit devbootcamp.com to learn more about the original Immerse Coding School and their new Seattle campus. Go to yourself in a meaningful career at Dev Bootcamp.
All right, I think this is the second time we've seen Cece on the line wearing the jammer cap for Derby Liberation front, and it looks like we've got Cher Noble, as per the usual, wearing the star for Socket Wenches.
He gets drug all the way back.
Yeah, first bop to the outside, then bop to the inside. She is still struggling to get past that final wall of blue in the back. But that's all right, because Cher Noble, she got past that wall of green, and she is lead jammer for Socket Wenches.
Yeah, coming up at the back of the pack right now. Tries to go to the outside, gets shoved out of bounds. I believe that's Nasty Drew dragging her back. And she saw CC coming and decided to call off the jam. This is going to be 0-0. Time is starting to really be the enemy with this point lead. The enemy of the socket winches, of course. Derby Liberations Front's like, take all the time you want.
Yeah, exactly.
Please.
Yeah, so hopefully Socket Winches will be able to draw a couple jammer penalties for Derby Liberation Front because they do seem to be taking good advantage of their power jams.
They
And
also have 2 timeouts and their official review still here in the second half.
Yeah, so clock management can definitely be in their favor as well.
And lead jammer in their favor right now. Roasted Pony picking up lead, and Barcock's still stuck in the pack.
Yeah, stuck behind full-on four wall of blue.
Oh, and he cutting the track, called on Roasted Pony. This time remembering she can go the other way. Big pile up in the middle of the apex, and Mow You Down going to go to the penalty box.
All right, so the pack sort of seemed to get confused and dissolve, which made it that much easier for Bartok to go through on her initial pass.
Roasted Pony currently sitting at 6 penalties, 1 more, and she will get to go to the after party early.
Yikes.
Because we actually have an after party tonight.
I know, isn't that awesome?
Yeah, you could join us if you're in the greater Seattle area. Jersey Sports Bar. Bartok going to pick up 5 points. Not quite to the after party frame of mind yet.
No, not at all. She is still in the let's win it and take it all mindset. 5 points so far, but she's on her way to scoring another couple. Let's see how many more she gets on the board.
Everybody goes sitting down. Oh, and that's a back block there. That will be her 7th
be her
penalty.
7th. Yikers, yeah, so
she
Roasted
is
Pony.
done, and however, there's 30 seconds in the jam right now, so she will sit for the end of the jam, and another jammer will replace her for the next jam. Unless Bartok goes to the box, in which case some weird happens, and I believe we get unicorns on the track.
I think something like that, yeah.
Yeah. I haven't really read the new rules by line or anything.
All right.
Oh, Mow You Down with a Rainmaker on Bartok.
God, the bodies are hitting the floor so hard I can hear them up here in the champagne room, and it's actually making me say, ow.
It's like mid-2000s rock or something like that.
Exactly.
Like the song that every Derby team wanted to use for many, many years.
Which is really unfortunate because Fat Bottom Girls is actually the best Derby girl song ever, so why would you choose another?
So Oso Final will take the spot in the penalty box.
Pterodactyl is on the line for Derby Liberation Front and getting declared lead jammer. Meanwhile, it looks like Oso Final only had a second or two to serve that penalty, the rest of that penalty, and so she is back on the track trying to make her initial pass, stuck behind a very serious, non-moving wad of green in the back. Pterodactyl fighting with a 3-wall of blue in the front.
Let's go crazy. Oh, there's a huge hit. I believe that's going to be a forearm call. Yes, indeed. Not on Bet's Go Crazy. Bet's Go Crazy had a nice legal move. Almost did a foot roll, a drop toe hold. Caught herself and decided not to. Great hop, skip, and a jump there by Pterodactyl. I thought she was going to get a
I thought she was going to get a cut call, but I don't always see everything.
We are also in the champagne room here, so our view is a little skewed.
All right, so that is 4 more points on the board for Derby Liberation Front, bringing them to 147.
At least that sounds good, doesn't it? That we have a skewed view from up here.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Sure,
exactly.
we'll go with that.
It's an obscure view for us up here. These are not the best seats in the house. Not at all.
Nope. Nope. It's like really different from what that camera's looking at. Not like that at all.
Alrighty, one Socket Wench's blocker in the box. Red Divicious doesn't care how many blockers are in the box. She just hops her way through on the outside for lead jammer status. I mean, what? She didn't even... it's like she didn't even get halfway through to the pivot line before she was lead jammer status. 5 points for that team in green.
Slow motion going to hand that off. And I believe that is Nona Larson taking the star.
Yep, successful star pass. Nona Larson is now the jammer of record for the Socket Wenches. The star is upon her head, and she is ready to start scoring points. But it looks like DLF had her plan and knew what
Betts
she was
go
supposed to
crazy.
do.
He's trying to call for a skating out of bounds on that, but I don't think they're going to get one. That's always a hard call to make, the skating out of bounds, because if any contact gets made at all, they are going to talk about it, though. There's a little bit of a ref huddle. There's Kitty Kabuti and Dan both coming out to the center to kind of overhear what's going on.
It looks like both of them saw enough to say, "Hey, wait, let's talk about this."
Yeah, which is good, and they're bringing the outside pack refs in to talk about it.
So basically, we are looking at a little bit less than 7 minutes left in this championship game. 84 points for Socket Wenches in blue, 157 for Derby Liberation Front in green. Empty penalty box means full 5-on-5 on the track.
Let's get this one. Live your own adventure. Not choose. That's a different copyright. Live your own adventure. Ocurio creates immense experiences for you and your friends, family, or coworkers to enjoy. Visit www.locurio.com to book your adventures today. Locurio, Seattle's favorite escape rooms.
Yeah, I guess that's where they lock you in a room and you have to figure out how to get out. And you know what, man? It sounds both intriguing and intimidating and kind of frightening. I don't know if I'd want to do it, but they say it's fun.
I have heard good things from the people that have done such things, that like that kind of thing.
I don't know if I'm smart enough to do that. I would like to go with people who are smart enough to do that.
There you go, yeah. But I've heard
regardless
good
of
things about them, so
smart
check them
enough,
out.
We've got Nasty Drew on the line, off the line, whatever.
Miss Drew, if you're nasty.
Exactly.
And she is lead jammer. Sharon Noble out there stuck behind a giant wall. Tries to take her hand off and does. And I believe now jamming for the first time going to be Chairman Mouse.
Yep, I think this is the first time we've seen Chairman Mouse wearing the star upon her head.
Well, once she puts it on anyway. Chairman Mouse getting run back by Punky. Punkin Pie, that is.
Meanwhile, Nasty Drew on another scoring pass. That first 5 points was mighty easy for her. Or rather, she made it look mighty easy. I'm not going to tell you how hard it was for her because, you know, I'm not her.
Battling her way into the corner, knocked out of bounds by Moya Down. Betts go crazy and Moya Down, giving her all kinds of heck, scratching her back with a hacksaw at the back. Betts go crazy, going to head off the penalty box. And Nasty Drew is going to pick up 5 more points.
So far, this is a 10-point jam for Derby Liberation Front, and they are extending their lead out to almost twice as much as what Socket Wenches have on the board. So this is going to be a tough one for Socket Wenches to come back from. But I got to say, they don't really care that they're behind. They are acting like they might be 1 point behind. They are not letting them just give up. At this point,
they're coming out and winning every jam that they can, which
Absolutely.
This jam, they're not winning, but shh.
I think this might be the highest scoring jam we've seen this evening,
20
actually,
points
at 20
so
points
far.
so far.
And out of play, finally declared at the front of the pack. In the back, Health Hazard trying to play some offense, but not having any luck, trying to get Chairman Mouse out of the pack.
Oh, Chairman Mouse almost found an open line on the inside and almost got through, but gall dung it. Thumper's Skull decided to thump her hips into the mouse and send her flying.
And we'll double check. Looks like, yes, it is 29 points in this jam.
Wow, that is
for
the
Nasty
biggest.
Drew.
That is the biggest score of the evening, without a doubt.
Joey Gaval. So, huge jam for Derby Liberation Front. Bring in the kids, Margaret. The game is, might as well just hand the trophy over at this point, but we got still have 4 minutes, 22 seconds left to play. Timeout taken.
Yeah, timeout by Socket Wenches, which is definitely a good thing, but 102 points between the two teams, 4 minutes left. I got to say, it's getting a little bit harder for me to believe that Socket Wenches are going to be able to come back from this one.
They would need 50 points a jam, basically, at this point.
Oh, we can totally do that. That's not like a world record or anything. Wait.
Twice. But I think a good time for a timeout. I think they can come out, have a good time. Well, of course they're going to have a good time. Sunshiner's going to be their jammer.
Ooh, awesome. I'm not so sure. How many times have we seen her start as a jammer? Like once today, I think?
A couple of times.
Oh, a couple of times? Okay. I know she gets passed quite a bit, but she doesn't start as jammer very often. And, yeah.
Sunshiner, always one of the best utility players that the Socket Wenches have ever had.
Without a doubt. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if she gets some sort of MVP situation, but I'm not the one making that call.
Nope. Donna Larson is standing in the middle of a DLF box.
I think that might be their GOAT. I'm not sure the strategy of that, but actually I see the strategy of that now, and that's not a bad strategy.
Yeah. You busted up their play right away.
Absolutely, yeah. A pinball from within.
Sunshiner trying to break through in the front. Bartok trying to get her way through, and Nuna Larson stuck being a bridge. Cece also peeling off a little bit. Bartok, though, going to make it through on the outside. You can see her skating back into frame here momentarily.
Sunshiner's still not able to make it past that pivot line because she's stuck behind people like Cece and Kendra Hurt and all these people that when you're behind them, you don't get ahead of them.
No, it's true. Yeah, Sunshiner also was keeping her eyes peeled as Bartok was coming. All right, I'm gonna get a little hip check in here. Don't actually know what she was thinking, but we're gonna go with that because she did try and get a little hip check in there. So that one expires. 3 minutes 10 seconds left in the game.
Oh, so final for Socket Wenches.
Red DeVicious for the Derby Liberation Front.
Both jammers have been known to be quite successful in their own right. Empty penalty box means both of them have to pass the full set of 4 hips in order to get that lead jammer status.
And Red DeVicious putting a shoulder down now just because to get around, mow you down, and a health hazard.
Oh, Red DeVicious was trying to ride that inside line to get lead jammer status. Oh, so final found an opening on the outside. Red DeVicious did manage to get lead jammer status, but oh, so final is less than a quarter track behind her, and it is a foot race to the back of that pack to see who can start scoring some points. It looks as though Socket Wenches might have actually gotten a point or so on the board. In fact, it is a 4 points all round. 4 points for that fat pass for DLF, 4 points for Socket Wenches. Oh, so final looked so happy with herself for getting past before that 4th whistle. All of the points were counted.
Special shout out to Pam Terra. Hi, how are you?
All right, Pterodactyl wearing the star for DLF.
Donna Larson takes the star off immediately. No. Yep, takes the star off immediately and hands it over to Flow Motion. Has been the jammer a couple of times with handoffs, and this time hands it off immediately. I believe hits McGee with the hit on that one.
All right, so Pterodactyl on her first scoring pass gets the 4 points. Little jammer on jammer defensive action.
This jam could actually end the game.
Yes, it could. 5 points on the board for Derby Liberation Front. 4 points on the board for Socket Wenches.
And it will not. It will most definitely not. Huge hit by Flow Motion.
Yep, Flow Motion was like, yeah, that's right. My hips are stronger than yours at this very second, so it's time to bop ya. But even though she got bopped, Derby Liberation Front has been able to break that double century mark.
So this should be the last jam.
We've got 36 seconds left on the period clock. 2 minutes left in this jam. Let's see if it is the last jam.
So Dirty South, a.k.a. Swamp Thing, in her last jam playing for the Derby Liberation Front as she intends to retire out there as your lead jammer.
Thrusts herself into a 3-wall of blue and manages to get past on the outside.
Out there against Cher Noble.
4 points on the board for Derby Liberation Front. Cher Noble in scoring position. Let's see how many points blue team puts on the board. We've got 2 more points for Socket Wenches. I think this might be the unofficial game final score.
As they can only go back the one jam, I'm going to call this one 207.94. I don't believe they'll adjust it. But again, now 4 times in a row, I believe, Derby Liberation Front will be your Rat City Roller Girls home team champions, and they will receive the D-Bomb boot.
That is phenomenal. They have got to be proud of themselves. Do we have a count of how many times DLF has actually won over the seasons the champ bout? I mean, I'm thinking like 4 and 3, so maybe like 7 times out of
6 or
13.
7. I don't remember if they won the first 2 or the first 3. I say they won 2, and then Grave Danger
And then
took
Grave
over
Danger had a 3 or
3
4
in a
year run
row.
or something like
Yeah.
that. Yeah. Either way, Derby Liberation Front are the winners to beat once again. They are taking their victory lap. Phenomenal work by the team in green this evening. Phenomenal work by the team in green this season.
Yeah, amazing work continuing their undefeated streak, getting the championship. Just so much good work by the Derby Liberation Front.
But I'll tell you what, man, Socket Wenches, they're no losers. They've taken away the championship a couple times, 1 or 2 times, let's
It's
just
true.
say. And they know how to win. And let me tell you, this evening they were winners. Even though the score didn't necessarily indicate it, they acted like they were winners, and that's
Yeah.
always when good derby happens.
And they had a great season. They're smiling right now. They had a good time.
Yeah, I got to tell you, I'm not one to try to make predictions for next season, but I'm going to say Socket Wenches are the team to watch for next season.
Socket Winches last season had a very tough season.
Yes,
Just
they did.
Couldn't get anything together. This season, they kind of brought it back together. They got back. They're in the championship game.
Yeah, they really
which-
gelled this season in
which
comparison to last.
they fell a little short, but you know what? They had some great things. They had some jams out there that were amazing to watch.
Undeniable.
So I think, they can take some positives away from this game. That
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
that they should be very proud of themselves because this was a great game to watch. The score might have separated at the second half, but it wasn't a blowout from the get-go, and they fought clean, they fought hard, and it was as though they never thought that they were on the losing side, which is always what makes great derby happen, because when a team is losing and they skate like they're losing, that's just not fun to watch. And I'll tell you what, Socket Wenches did not do that.
besides, it's D-Bomb's old skate, so doesn't it belong to DLF anyway?
Technically speaking, you might be onto something.
Love you, D-Bomb.
I guess as long as it doesn't go to Oli, right?
Right. Oh. I'm sorry. Who?
Oli?
Who?
He-
Who? I've never heard of. No.
Oh,
they
you know, a
used to have
lot of
team,
people
right?
might not have heard of him before.
They used to have a team. That's right. I remember now.
Right, they used to. I think they only skate USARs now.
I can't. So, anyway, good job, everybody. Congratulations. Thanks for joining us here at the Rat's Nest.
Yes, if you enjoyed listening to this streaming, don't forget to press that donate now button and maybe throw 50 cents, $1, $4, whatever you got, extra money in your pocket. Because once we've got more equipment for streaming, we can get another camera, we can get more announcers to just talk in your ear. Goodness gracious, help us out.
Also, join us again on May 13th for the Hittich Cup, one of our most fun bouts of the season. I think we still have the WFTDA record of 177 points in a single jam
Nice.
from a Hittich Cup. So wackiness will ensue. Join us then. Also, the Rat City All-Stars are taking on Team Mexico coming up, but I don't remember the exact date.
Team Mexico?
Right there, I saw a flyer out front.
Wow.
So
Is that the later on this month bout, like the 22nd?
I believe it is the 22nd. So
Awesome.
join us again. Again, check us out on all of the social medias. Your MyFace and your
Check it out on my face.
and your LinkedIn. Yeah. On the MySpace and the LinkedIn.
That's right.
Get us on those.
And the Pinterests and the
Yeah.
Instapins.
And the 4chan, because that's a good time.
No, it's not.
No. Anyway, thanks for joining us. I love each and every one of you and wish I could take you home, but I can take you to Jersey's, the after party.
That is right. If you are in the greater Seattle area, specifically the North End,
Talking to you, Pam Tara. Come on down.
come and join us at Jersey's.
It's a short little hop, skip, and a jump from northern Alberta.
What is it, Boise or Salt Lake?
Alberta.
Oh, yeah, that's quicker.
Yeah. Anyway, we'll talk to you later.
All
Love
right,
y'all.
thanks so
Bye.
much. Matt Satter on the mic with Phil Dirt. Join us next time.